You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I'll be working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it and I did. I'm the type to work until my hands fucking bleed. I'm the type to fight when others fall into their knees. I'm the type to ask for more pain, get it please. Cause on the other side of pain is everything I fucking need. I got a hunger inside of me, a flame ignites entirely. I work daily quietly to build a perfect dynasty. A place where my mind is free from the chains of society. I take all anxiety and turn it to the finer things. Oh, don't take it slow, I got these places to go. I wanna grow, I wanna be something more. A different mode, I'll hit if I gotta go. Cause I got something to show the world that one day will know. You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I'll be working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it and I did. I'm the type to work until my hands fucking bleed. I'm the type to fight when others fall into their knees. I'm the type to ask for more pain, give it please. Cause on the other side of pain is everything I fucking need. Till my hands fucking bleed. Till my hands fucking bleed. You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I've been working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it and I did. You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I've been working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it and I did. Till my hands fucking bleed.
That's not working either. All right, let's see, is this working? Is that working? Can y'all see me? Are things happening? No, you can't see me. Can you hear this? No. How did that end up not working? Man, this is just becoming an absolute nightmare. All right, we're going to try this and see where we stand. Do that one. Of course, we have ads. What's up, JC? Good to see you, brother. I'm assuming y'all can hear this. I can feel the cold world try to put me on my knees, and I feel all of the pressure to provide everything. So I keep my head down, work hard, and believe that tomorrow will be better. Give it time and you'll see. But there's always a new fight, always a rough night, cause it takes a few tries. Yeah, right. No, that's not working either. It's been a tough life. You need a new view sight to see what welcome to the show. If you're new here, this is actual fairly normal operating procedure. Trying to get everything balanced down to a reasonable level. You're actually but life is full of challenge, that's the only way to live. Dopamine is something. All right, so there's the hurricane. Y'all just showed up to like watch me completely freak out.
it so far, wake up with a new scar.
Now,
Some just want a new
that
start,
was
but we all
supposed to be
get a
yin yang.
different hand. All
If he
to us
comes
a
back
different
live or
plan. Take your
anything like
gifts
that,
and make a
take it away.
stand. You don't get a second chance.
What's up, Truth? I'm gonna drop the link here in a minute. But yeah, I'm pretty much gonna be playing Rocket League and watching this thing blow towards my house. Slow. I figured it's got a lot of pretty lights on it. Couldn't get the I had all the warnings and stuff like that up earlier, and everything crashed, and I had to rebuild it like real quick. And I'm in this position.
I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget.
I was thinking about doing
I'm sick of all these thoughts
an entire doohickey on an entire stream on nothing but the ads played on YouTube. Do like a rolling tally of what types of ads, whether it's products or other stuff.
But I know things
You know, it would help a lot to have the chat in the right spot.
So I will strive to be a better man, and I will die following.
So yeah, there's going to be an echo for a second here.
And you'll slowly fade away with time. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my mind, my mind, my mind.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head.
I'm gonna do this thing.
I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget.
If somebody wants to come in and have a little chit chat, we'll do that.
Are stuck in my mind, my mind, my mind.
This is all a
I'm sick of all
running.
these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick
do this as
I could just forgive and forget. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my mind, my mind, my mind. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head.
Oh, hi. Hi, y'all. You can see me now, right? Yeah. I didn't know.
Everybody's got some highs and some lows.
What's up, George?
All that matters is how
you doing, bud?
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm trying to get all of this straightened out. It's not helping.
I don't know. What ended up in the top left?
Of the thoughts inside your head, and understand that what you think is what you get.
I got a whole bunch of crap happening.
Just watch me get what's mine.
All right, now I'll try to see if I can hear you.
Do what? Do what?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Am I echoing to you?
No. You sound.
Oh, cool.
Fine. Shit.
Is it now? Did we lose you?
Yeah, what did you do? Am I echoing?
No, you sound good on this end. I'm trying to get into YouTube proper so I can check the actual other end of all this madness. How it actually sounds coming out on the other side. Okay, we sound good. Now let me check this.
Yeah, little bird looks cool.
I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my mind, my mind, my mind.
Oh.
I'm echoing.
Yeah.
Holy crap! I'm there.
What's weird is you're not echoing on my end.
Damn. Turn that down. I don't work no more.
A little bit better. Yeah, no, he is echoing on your end. Let's try this on for size. See, it did a full update. And I do that. Speak. Now I can't hear you. Oh, you left. That explains why I can't hear you. Can I hear this? Hmm. So no, y'all can't hear anything I do once that happens. So, so you hear that. Got me, man. In order for that to work, I have to turn off my I have to turn off my echo cancellation. That is, and poof, this music's gonna go away. How about some of that? Is that gonna be really, really bad?
I got a switch in my head. I go from living to dead. You got me seeing all red. Now I'm becoming a threat. I fucking heard what you said. I'll make you have some regrets.
Whatever.
And no, I never forget. So now you have a few deaths. That shit it needs to be
Whatever.
paid with blood or some sort of pain. You caused a
I'm
permanent
sure y'all
stain,
have
which
dealt
has
with
determined
problems
your fate.
before,
I've never
right?
seen so clear. I feel the end
Most of
and
you've
it's
been
here.
here
The
before.
day of
You do know
reckoning
who
is
you're
here.
dealing
The
with,
sound of
right?
death and fear.
Father.
My energy is next level, so damn you better be careful. I got an angel and devil, he snaps me straight in the temple. I'm ready.
I'm sorry, dude. I don't know what happened. I'm still trying to work this out. All right. That looks good. That looks okay.
If you want a taste, come at me and you will
Bet
be
you if I do
replaced.
this.
They won't find a trace of you anywhere or any place.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever had. Hands down. I have to get rid of this. That thing, this thing, that thing. We're gonna play some rock. I think we're close enough for government. That there, that there, that's okay.
Welcome to my party. We're just getting started. A life
So was
Yi
Yang all right? He had Heather, he had a limb come through his window or whatever. His roof through his roof. Like I said, all of this is a work in progress. I'm just, I was thinking about putting together something to do with an audiobook. Oh, good. I was like fiddling with his stream, was fixing to go live, and he just went dead. And I was like, I didn't notice it at first. I was like, what was that? Something moved? Oh, it's gone. See, I heard it. I don't know if that's coming through. Can't say. Now, here's the thing I don't understand. I did an update on my Windows earlier. so like
Damn, ain't that fabulous? Can't wait to
apply
all those mathematicus.
good to hear he's okay though.
But we can't get a job that pays us enough. I'm about to pop off. Fuck you, you're lost. We all know that we never really want a boss. So I'ma do what I want to. Something I can't undo.
That's
Do
pretty good.
what I want to. Something I can't undo. I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know.
It's been pretty hardcore over there. I was
So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm
starting to get a little worried about him when he said the trampoline was going.
going crazy. Don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy. Don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me?
Good. See, this is a format I'm working on to do like a news bit, but I haven't done any of the news parts yet. I'm just trying to get it so that I have the things available that I need active and functioning.
If I want it, gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top. Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch. Always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let people wonder which game I'm actually playing.
So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks. We out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized. We out here making posters and we ain't got nothing to hide. We move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pay stub or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh. Fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous.
Oh no.
Way up, play the game, bruh. Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah. You know I'm always honest. There ain't no way I'm ever stopping. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm
Well, you see,
on
this
top,
thing's supposed to come
yeah.
right, like right over the top of us. So I figured I would light it up long before it got here. Watch it come in. Gotta get my garbage can and stuff
Hiding in privacy with the screen, oh the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety, we make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel like we all just hate on everything, it's killing me. Thoughts build quick, causing different possibilities. Negative thoughts will cause different disabilities. So do better, work hard under pressure. If you got no time, work smarter than ever. Don't ever let them tell you that you can't ever say never. And turn your mind into the truest of go-getters. Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah. You know I'm always honest. There ain't no way I'm ever stopping. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
Bonka bonka. What's my new favorite song? I was unaware I had one. Oh, you suck. I don't like you. I wish bad things would happen to the other people in this game. Those, gamers. Mm-hmm. I can't play it right now, boo. I have no idea where that's coming from. Chinka, chinka. Hey, Burnaby, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Nick Robinson. You know, I had thought I was going to get a Rita from Rita's Juicy Life on here today, and she never did email me. She said, "Yeah, I do. I got to email you." I was like, "Yeah, you really do." Well, Nick, I mean, if he's going to be gaming anyway, you might as well hook him up with a Twitch account. Worst that happens, he makes a life out of it. Best thing. Wait, what happened? Oh, I bet that was all of them. I don't get it. What just happened? Nope. Nope.
Welcome to my party, we're just getting started. A life is a dream or a nightmare scarring. Hand me a drink cause I think I'm going all
Well, none of those work. Okay, that's
catch
weird.
me when I'm falling. Cover
All right.
up my scars, flip the handlebars, crashing in my car, wake up in a bar, I'll be a superstar.
Right? No. If a little bit of bud's the worst you got to worry about out of him, he's doing good. It'd be nice if he get a full-time job and stuff, but I mean, you know, what's the worst that can happen? You go screw with games. It'd be like a That Chapter episode, and they'll show up like mutilating and sleep. Unlikely. These people aren't likely to get out.
So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna
Totally, Bob. No, it happened with me too. When I come in as my own guest, I had an echo.
I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy. Don't think I'll get on.
I think that update might have monkeyed something in my OBS real hard.
6 shots, are you coming with me? Sometimes you need to let loose, grab juice, get goose, tattoos, taboos, get screwed. Loosen up, buttercup, all those hate comments will never make you feel enough. We're all adequate graduates, heart full of calluses, but we know calculus. Damn, ain't that fabulous? Can't wait to apply all those
That's
mathematicus.
pretty funny.
But we can't get a job that pays us enough. I'm about to pop off. Fuck you, you're lost.
Mainly, I try to use
We never really wanna bond.
game footage
So I'ma
as
do
sort of
what I
filler for
wanna
other
do.
videos. It's pretty.
Something I can't undo. Yeah, I'ma do what I want to. Something I can't undo. I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy. Don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost.
I wouldn't be admitting all of that.
Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm
Somehow
going
I've done it. Walking to a bar, started with 6 shots. That did not end as a good night. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't go to jail, but it was a near thing. Probably should have gone to jail. That's right. Now we break out the gimp. Wait, what? I'll get it. Bad
I'm
joke.
sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just
Now,
forgive and forget.
apparently,
I'm sick of all these thoughts that are
make a
stuck in my
playlist.
mind, my mind.
If I don't have the playlist already updated and everything before we start, it
all
doesn't
these places
re-update.
that I go inside my head.
Because there's like
Try
16
to
songs
replace the
on it.
memories with silhouettes, but I know
Nice.
things only heal with
But
time.
there's only 6 that are actually playing.
So I will strive
So we're probably
to
gonna end
be
up
a
going to
better man, and I will die
Shit.
following my every
Zed's
plan.
dead, baby. Zed's
You'll
dead.
slowly
No, we're probably gonna end up having to go to audio.
these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could
There's
just
nothing wrong with
forgive
average
and
attack,
forget.
baby.
I'm sick of all these
Sure,
thoughts
you
that
try
are
to take
stuck
it.
in my mind, my mind.
That's not cool.
I'm sick of all these
Yeah,
thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my mind, my mind, my mind. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just
Yeah, which one's your wife? The one dying or the one with all the shit on her face? Ugh.
Everybody's got some highs and some lows, but all that matters is how you deal with it all. I hope
We're gonna get skunked.
realize this all the time.
Right? Like, how's she ever planning on going through an airport ever? And nowadays, you can't even go pick a kid up at school if you got enough piercings that sets off the metal detector.
I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget. I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my mind, my mind, my mind.
Ooh, a good save.
I'm sick of all these thoughts that are stuck in my head. I'm sick of wishing I could just forgive and forget.
Like I said, this is all sort of a test thing. I was just seeing whether or not the National Weather Service would actually function while live, while doing all the other stuff. Did something bad. Definitely did it bad. You can almost see my house from here.
YouTube Music Premium is an experience that gives you complete control of your music. So you can listen without ads, download unlimited music for offline play, and keep your songs playing in the background. Get YouTube Music Premium.
Do you have ads?
Try 1 month free.
Airborne.
I got a switch in my head. I go from living to dead. You got me seeing all red. Now I'm becoming a threat. I fucking heard what you said. I'll make you have some regrets. And no, I never forget. So now you have a few debts. That shit, it needs to be paid with blood or some sort of pain. You caused a permanent stain, which has determined your fate. I've never seen so clear. I feel the end and it's near. The day of reckoning's here. The sound of deafening fear.
Nice. Oh. Look at that, dude. Absolute control over you. Now we'll have to zoom out a little further than that.
I need a first class ticket to the top, no limit. I don't play no gimmicks. I'ma take you to the clinic. If you want a taste, come at me and you will be replaced. They won't find a trace of you anywhere or any place.
Walks into the bar, comes out a redhead blood. They winded. They winded again. Is that your wife? Okay.
You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the
Oh,
last
no,
thing I
that's no
did.
good.
Never catch me, man,
No,
I'm
you
gone, 'cause
got
I'll
to
be
double check,
working off
man.
the
Take a
grid,
picture of them
grinding
before you go to
through all
bed.
the pain. I
Sometimes
said
you're
I'd
just
do
being
it,
fooled
and
by
I
the makeup.
did. I'm the type to work until my hands
Once you work that
fucking
makeup
bleed.
off, all the
I'm the
truth
type to
comes
fight
out.
when others fall into their knees. I'm the type to ask for more pain, get it please, 'cause on the other side of pain is everything I fucking need. I got a hunger inside of me, a flame ignites entirely. I work daily quietly to build a perfect dynasty, a place where my mind is free from the chains of society. I take all anxiety and turn it to the finer things. Oh, don't take it slow, I got these places to go. I wanna grow, I
Came
wanna
out with a
be
bear
something
ring
more.
snapper. Yes.
A different mode, I'll hit if I gotta go, 'cause I got something to show the world that one day will know.
I'm a terrible teammate. See
You
this?
won't see me quit, I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, 'cause I'll be working off the grid, grinding through all the pain. I said I'd do it, and I did. I'm the type to work until my hands fucking bleed. I'm the type to fight when others fall into their knees. I'm the type to ask for more pain, get it please, 'cause on the other side of pain is everything I fucking need. Till my hands fucking bleed. Till my hands fucking
Red all four freaking tires. Let's keep my audience riveted. All right, so yeah, there won't be a whole lot as far as live shows for next week or so. That's federale duty I gotta go to. Till my hands fucking bleed. Gotta go do that jury duty. You know, unless they kick me out. They might.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top. Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pay stub, or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh, fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous for the way up, play the game, bruh. Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah. You know I'm always honest. There ain't no way I'm ever stopping. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top. I'm always flirting with pain. She like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me, but they hate from inside. You see, hate themselves in society, so I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in privacy with the screen. Oh, the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety, we make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel like we all just hate on everything, is killing me. Thoughts build quick, causing different possibilities. Negative thoughts will cause different disabilities. So do better, work hard under pressure. If you got no time, work smarter than ever. Don't ever let them tell you that you can't never say never. And turn your mind into the truest of go-getters. Never stop, I'll get it if I want.
Sure is.
Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah. You know I'm always honest.
Right now, it looks like Port Charlotte's getting hammered. Northport, Venice Gardens, absolutely hammered. Absolutely hammered.
You started with a
I've
K-pop
got that
dance
one on my
tutorial,
channel.
and now you're a Blackpink superfan.
Wait.
With YouTube Premium, you
I
get
mean,
those
it may not
tutorials
have made it through the
uninterrupted,
censor.
and you get a dedicated music streaming app where you can go deeper
be like
into the
that.
album and more. Enjoy your videos and music ad-free.
I can feel the cold world try to put me on my knees, and I feel all of the pressure to provide everything. So I keep my head down, work hard, and believe that tomorrow will be better. Give it time and you'll see. But there's always a new fight, always a rough night, cause it takes a few tries to get something new right. When it's been a tough life, you need a new sight to see what to do, like to make a new move, right? And I can feel the weight of the world.
Let's get the scrub, boys.
Got a little blood in my mouth, I can taste that. And I've been beaten, bruised from the fight, ain't no fake out. Calluses, they grow from the pain and the days pass. But I will never give up, and I will never give in. Strength is all I got now, and damn it, man, I'm all in. So I'ma have
They
to
just
stay
bumping us
calm.
right on
Show
down.
I'm bleeding. When everything is too much, you will see me leading.
Hey, Ernie Axon. Good to see both of you. Yeah, I'm actually supposed to be trying to win. I don't really seem to be doing that thing so much. Nice.
That's the only way to win. Keep your head and chin up, take the blows and don't give in. And life will hit you so hard, we've been through it so far. Wake up with a new scar, some just want a new start. But we all get a different hand, dealt to us a different plan. Take your gifts and make a stand, you don't get a second chance. And I can feel the weight of the world, better brace fast. Got a little blood in my mouth, I can taste that. And I've been beaten, bruised from the fight, ain't no fake out. Calluses, they grow from the pain and the days pass. But I will never give up, and I will never give in. Strength is all I got now, and damn it, man, I'm all in. So I'ma have to stay calm, never show I'm bleeding. When everything is too much, you will see me leading.
Yeah, that's right. If 10 tequilas don't kill the taste, ain't nothing taking it out of your mouth. Let me tell you a little secret. $1 million buy a lot of toothpaste. Just saying. I'm bothered. Yeah, it's pretty bad. There's this one really long joke I learned. It's real hard to get all the pieces. It's got a bunch of moving parts in it. So I wrap my brain around it. We'll get back to it. Guy walks into a bar and orders 6 shots. Takes 3 shots, looks at the guy and says, "Man, I've had one hell of a day." That's an old Western joke, dude. That's kind of cultural. Most people don't call their father Paul. Not nowadays, anyway. Oh, Paul. Night, Ma. Night, Paul. Night, Billy. Little Jimmy Lee and Andy. And I'm pretty sure if anybody tries to come in here, it's going to end up echoing like crazy. And I have yet to figure out why that might be the case. I thought everything was copacetic when I went live, and it turned out it's not indeed. In fact, if I turn off my echo, okay, yeah, no, that'll work. If you come in, I can turn off my echo cancellation. We'll lose the background sound, and I'll go with it from there. It'll be Jiffy Lube. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. lost our music. See, that's the problem with a limited playlist. Tell you what, I have a totally alternate idea. Let's see. No, I don't like that. There's this really funny one I wanted to listen to. If I can find it. It was the Bab of the Gab of Bab or something like that. It's freaking hilarious. It's like this really weird prose poem done by some wacky English dude. Hmm. Dramatic readings. That's interesting. Three-legged dog. What about it? Yeah, like that's a problem. Tell you what, I had a three-legged dog one time. When he was a puppy, he had almost gotten taken by a hawk. A hawk cut so much of his leg off that we just had to amputate it. We took him to the vet and they sewed him back up. He went and laid around and moped for a while. But let me tell you something now. That three-legged dog ended up being one of the best track hounds I've ever seen in action. He could sniff out God if he left a scent. No, not in Dutch. Not philosophizing here. Philosophizing or whatever. Thank you, my love. You're the one girl. You know that, right? You're the one girl. Um, hey, guess what I found? I don't know if this is gonna work at all. Is that echoey? It's not, is it? Oh god. Freaking StreamYards has such wacky uh echo cancellation. Ooh, legends and fairy tales. That might be interesting. Myths. Always love myths. Satire. No, that's not the one. I want. No, not the voice. Is that everything? Come on now. I've seen it. Oops. Mm, mm, mm.
The Book of Wonder by Lord Dunsany.
Oh no.
This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recording.
Unfortunate. Is that the one? Maybe? Yes, no, maybe. You can do anything.
Chapters 1 through 3 of Dr. Ox's Experiment. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterroud.
Negative.
Dr. Ox's Experiment by Jules Verne.
I guess we could go for some American myths and legends. What's up, Divine Sorcerer? Welcome to the show. We have an absolute crash show today. We're not even doing it. We're going to watch Florida get destroyed by the finger of God over here. I'm going to play badly at a video game. And you're going to listen to an audiobook, I guess, something along those lines. And possibly watch me wreck my car a lot. I found this really, really funny. I mean, it was funny to me. Um, LibriVox book. I really wanted to hear it because it's just downright silly. It reminds me an awful lot of like the Jabberwocky. It's like what, the Babble of Gab or the Gabble of Bab or the Babble of Bab, the Bab Babble, something like that. I'm not crazy. It exists. It's a real thing. Promise. A salad walks into a bar. The keep says we don't serve food here. Did you hear about the Buddhist monk who ordered a street vendor hot dog? He ordered one with everything. Yeah, no, that's bad. It's really bad, I know. Oh, we're getting close. I've seen it. No. Children's works? No. It was like the Bab of Babel, Bab of Gabby, something like that. No, those are German. Right. Hey, John Eagle. Welcome to the show, bud. I'm looking for a thing I've seen. I do not know where it is, but I know it's over here somewhere. Boy. I seen it with my own eyes. Set of 6. Lost God. Introduction to Yoga. LibriVox has an amazing amount of stuff. Just stuff in general. All right, let's see if I can find another way. No, it won't work that way. It's Hungarian. Transportation, earth sciences, lyric.
Section 20 of the Convivial.
No, no, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's over here twitching out.
Pegasus.
It's twitching out
by
hard,
Maria
y'all.
Letitia Stockett.
She's pitching a fit.
Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone.
All right, we're just going to try to play the game and let it.
Once in a saffron twilight, rich with the sound of bells, in a dim meadow straying, high on the lonely fells, I saw Pegasus, winged Pegasus, cropping the asphodels. His neck was clothed with thunder, his feet with strength were shod. Terrible in his beauty, he grazed on the starry sod. A white untamable beauty, a stallion fit for a god. Meekly he ranged unfettered, his wings were wet with dew, and where he trailed in the blossomy grass, a misty rainbow grew. Those strong exultant pinions that trample the windy blue. Then suddenly he raised his head, I felt the pulsing beat of his valiant hooves. He sprang on the track of the stars, unleashed and fleet. I was alone, but deep in the grass was the print of his deathless feet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In October by Maria Letitia Stockett. Read for LibriVox.org by Kessie. In a shower of ruddy gold from a thinning tree, Jove comes down. Naked, brown, the earth lies Danae. Still she lies with hushed breath. Through each dreaming clod runs the fire of desire, passion of a god. Danae lies in her dark tower. On a March hillside springs the wheat. There the feet of young Perseus stride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sleep by Maria Letitia Stockett. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Last night I slid into the sea of sleep, translucent, cool, and deep. I left my dusty self upon the sand, like an old garment. Naked, free, I felt the waves close over me. The curious, eager water pressed against the white curve of my breast. Then deep, deep through the green depths I sank, into the sea of sleep. This morning I rose out of the dark tide. I rose through darkness, and there was no light, no radiance to illume the dusk, only the pallid gloom of sleep, first green, then blue. Then the thin water parted, and the sun shone through. There lay my body. Strangely, it was I. What did I bring back from the soundless deep, from that gray ancient sea of sleep? The glint of sunken gold, the plaintive knell of some drowned bell, remembrance vague and dim of ghostly argosies, the misty shores of far Hesperides, the wraith of mermaids beckoning white and slim, the faint sea music of a curved shell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Free by Maria Letitia Stockett. Read for LibriVox.org by Kessie. I am a beggar maiden. I sleep beneath a thorn. At night my tree is thick with stars. I see the slender horn of the young moon. I see the clean, essential light of morn. The king Cophetua and his queen ride by disdainfully. He glitters like a dragonfly. A scornful mouth has she, a curled red leaf. Yet she was once a beggar maid like me. The spearmen ride before them. My path no mortal knows. A ruby smolders on her brow. My thicket yields a rose. Dance, dusty feet. I'm glad I'm not the maid Cophetua chose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Lady of Understanding by Maria Letitia Stockett. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Our Lady understands, though prayerful are her folded hands. Her face is pale within the azure shadow of her veil. Here in this shrine she seems remote, apart, for the dim centuries have quenched her fire. The slow years molded her to their desire. Ah, still she knows the ecstasy that glows in my wild heart. Once not submissive, meek, with pensive brow and duteous cheek, there came a cry exultant, strong. My soul doth magnify the Lord. Clear as a ringing sword I hear her song. In high humility she knew herself to be the chosen of God, the gate of the divine. I kneel before her shrine. I gaze upon her tranquil face. Hail Mary, full of grace. I too know love, and I am humble, proud, and wise. Our Lady understands all joy, all woe. The Son of God she laid to rest upon her breast. She knew the wounded hands, and there is nothing else to know. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At Evening Tide by Maria Letitia Stockett. Read for LibriVox.org. I shall light the candle. You will play for me in the winter twilight a quiet melody. Let there be no sorrow in your song, or tears. Let all grief be ended, all the iron years. Set our love to music, like a rose in June, all the summer's beauty in one slender tune. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I hear you, boo. Do that wife
by
work.
Maria
It
Letitia
helps her out,
Stockett.
helps you out too. Gives you
Read
more
for
time to love on you.
LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. As up and down the fields I went, the fields of trembling wheat, under the high blue heavens of June, in summer's poppied heat. I worked at homely common tasks, sharp stubble 'neath my feet. But I was not alone. I knew a comradeship most sweet. For as I gathered up the sheaves and bound the heavy grain, one whispered, "Yea, the world needs food. Hungry it goes, and fain am I to be its bread, and give my body for its pain. For this I lay in the dark earth,
What do
through
you mean?
sun and singing rain. Into the vineyard I was sent. There one was keeping tryst. I cut the grapes, how beautiful their bloomy amethyst. He said, "This is my blood, the wine poured for the world, ye wist. In wheat and grape ye work with me to make my Eucharist." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What do you mean what happened to the channel?
Truth in a Well by Maria Letitia Stockett. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. I peered into a well and saw the blue
Yep.
eye of God.
It sure is.
Look into mine, far from the
Occasionally
shore,
I'm over here talking to
and
my
from
wife or
the
talking to
friendly
somebody else,
sod,
and I turn up the
suddenly
background
there
noise
was
loud
a
enough that y'all
trail
can't hear me, and I mute
told
my mic
whence
so that y'all
tales
can't
are
hear what I'm
true.
saying. So,
God
you know,
is the
it's
truth
just
hid in a
noises.
well.
I got tired of hearing the
Read
same
for
6
his
songs. I'm
ways,
gonna go.
how
I'm gonna
pure.
give YouTube a minute to
End
finish
of
building
poem.
that playlist
This
right. I'm gonna go
recording
back and
is
see
in
if
the
the rest of
public
the songs I
domain.
had over there are actually in place, and we'll see. Beyond that, I'm also
Silence by
kind of
Maria
looking for
Letitia
a
Stockett. Read
specific
for
book,
LibriVox.org by Blueberry Bear.
actually.
We are still. There are no words. Across the sky, a wedge of birds flies northward, brown and thinned.
And it's
A
like
brittle leaf wraps in the wind. The sun creeps on
Bab
from
of
tree to
Babel.
tree. We are still. Where a word
There's a bunch of these
spoken,
really
a
weird,
troubled pool is silent
some kind of
broken. Better
wacky,
far be done.
wacky
There are depths no stone could plumb.
free verse
Circles woven
prose of
endlessly.
sorts. It's like
End of poem.
it's as if you
Recording
went
is
in
the
and you
public
asked
domain.
a 10th grader to write you a series of nursery rhymes and fairy tales, and they've read fairy tales and they've heard nursery rhymes, and so they do something along those lines, but it's not the same as like you're expecting. It's weird. I think I listened to 2 of them the other day. I was like, that is some strange stuff.
Of these shining stones are made, but to beggars who must trudge parched roads with weary
Hey,
feet,
George.
God has flung his
Mainly,
stone
I
into
live
the very
like not too
city's
far from that upper corner over
its
there,
meager dusty square,
and at the time that I went live, there were like 4 people that I knew of in Middle Florida that were like live and filming what was going on, but I guess they all had some sense and went inside or something. I don't know. But I'm gonna check up every now and then and see.
not more green.
if somebody that wouldn't mind me using some of their footage is live.
Section 20 of the Convivio.
No.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings.
Negative. Oh, I remember now why I stopped looking. Because my computer's twigging out when I'm playing with this little mouse wheel over here. That sucks. I've got the voice. Hold up. Wrong button.
Electroacoustic mode.
Electroacoustic mode. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one. That's what she said. I will be major as soon as I want to be. You can't tell me what to be. I do what I want. I don't see anything. You damn right it's a D major. Don't get me started. Major E. Now it's going to cut you. Oh, nope, X'd it out. What is this? Shouting, wee! I don't get it. Some buttons I just don't know what do. There's a short for sure. Y'all got me, man. We could listen to the Anatomy of a Melancholy. Ancient Greek languages, Christian fiction. That's got to be the bestest, right? Narratives, multi-genre, multi-version, weekly language, and Bulgarian fortnightly. No. And fortnightly poetry.
She Dwelt Among the Untrodden Ways by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Anne Cheng. She dwelt among the untrodden ways beside the springs of Dove. A maid whom they were to praise. And very
hey, Swiss Miss, welcome to the world. How's it been being out there in the far distant nowhere of wherever the hell you went to? This wacky. There it is. The Babs Ballads. That's it. That's the one. Check this madness out.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Graham Redman, The Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, No. 1, Captain Rees. Of all the ships upon the blue, no ship contained a better crew than that of worthy Captain Rees, commanding of the Mantelpiece. He was adored by all his men, for worthy Captain Rees, R.N., did all that lay within him to promote the comfort of his crew. If ever they were dull or sad, their captain danced to them like mad, or told, to make the time pass by, droll legends of his infancy. A feather bed had every man, warm slippers and hot water can, brown Windsor from the captain's store, a valet, too, to every four. Did they with thirst in summer burn, lo, seltzer jeans at every turn, and on all very sultry days cream ices handed round on trays. Then currant wine and ginger pops stood handily on all the tops, and also, with amusement rife, a zoetrope or wheel of life. New volumes came across the sea from Mr. Mudie's library. The Times and Saturday Review beguiled the leisure of the crew. Kind-hearted Captain Rees, R.N., was quite devoted to his men. In point of fact, good Captain Rees beatified the mantelpiece. One summer eve at 10:30, he said, addressing all his men, "Come, tell me, please, what I can do to please and gratify my crew. By any reasonable plan I'll make you happy if I can. My own convenience count as nil. It is my duty, and I will." Then up and answered William Lee, the kindly captain's coxswain he, A nervous, shy, low-spoken man, he cleared his throat and thus began: "You have a daughter, Captain Reese, 10 female cousins and a niece, a ma, if what I'm told is true, 6 sisters and an aunt or two. Now, somehow, sir, it seems to me more friendly like we all should be if you united of 'em to unmarried members of the crew. If you'd ameliorate our life, let each select from them a wife. And as for nervous me, old pal, give me your own enchanting gal." Good Captain Reese, that worthy man, debated on his coxswain's plan. "I quite agree," he said, "O Bill, it is my duty, and I will. My daughter, that enchanting girl, has just been promised to an earl, and all my other family to peers of various degree. But what are dukes and viscounts to the happiness of all my crew? The word I gave you I'll fulfil. It is my duty, and I will. As you desire it shall befall, I'll settle thousands on you all, and I shall be, despite my hoard, the only bachelor on board." The boatswain of the mantelpiece, he blushed and spoke to Captain Reese. "I beg your honour's leave," he said, "if you would wish to go and wed. I have a widowed mother who would be the very thing for you. She long has loved you from afar. She washes for you, Captain R." The captain saw the dame that day, addressed her in his playful way. And did it want a wedding ring? It was a tempting ickle sing. "Well, well, the chaplain I will seek. We'll all be married this day week at yonder church upon the hill. It is my duty, and I
hear
will."
you, buddy. You go, Emmanuel.
The sisters, cousins, aunts, and niece, and widowed ma of Captain Reese,
Good luck and
attended
Godspeed,
there as they
whatever
were
God
bid.
you choose to speak.
It was their duty, and they did. End of Captain Reese from the Bab Ballads. Ballad number 2 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. The Rival Curates. List while the poet trolls of Mr. Clayton Hooper, who had a cure of souls at Spifton extra super. He lived on curds and whey, and daily sang their praises, and then he'd go and play with buttercups and daisies. Wild croquet Hooper banned, and all the sports of mammon. He warred with cribbage, and he exorcised backgammon. His helmet was a glance that spoke of holy gladness, a saintly smile his lance, his shield a tear of sadness. His vicar smiled to see this armour on him buckled. With pardonable glee he blessed himself and chuckled. In mildness to abound my curate's sole design is, in all the country round there's none so mild as mine is. And Hooper, disinclined his trumpet to be blowing, yet didn't think you'd find a milder curate going. A friend arrived one day at Spifton extra super, and in this shameful way he spoke to Mr. Hooper. "You think your famous name for mildness can't be shaken, that none can blot your fame, but, Hooper, you're mistaken.
No, ma'am.
Your mind is
So far
not
as
as
draws
blank
upon
as that
here,
of
but we are
Hopley
expecting
Porter,
an awful
who
lot of
holds a
rain come
curate's
about
rank
midnight,
at ass's
which is
milk
about
come
time
water.
everybody be bedding down.
He plays
So
the
about
airy
4
flute
a.m.
and
it'll
looks
get about
depressed
right,
and blighted.
and it'll be downright
Doves
sport
round
come
about
about
him
6.
toot, and lambkins dance delighted. He labours
Pretty
more
sure it's
than
gonna
you
take a
at
couple of limbs
worsted
out the
work,
yard. I
and
got
frames
some
it. In old
less
maids'
than safe
albums
trees
too,
out
sticks seaweed, yes, and names it. The tempter said his say, which pierced him like a needle. He summoned straightway his sexton and his beadle. These men were men who could hold liberal opinions. On Sundays they were good, on weekdays they were minions. To Hopley Porter go, Your fare I will
Actually,
afford you.
here it's
Deal him a deadly blow, and blessing shall reward you.
It's just,
But
it's
stay,
not even breezy yet.
I do not like undue assassination, and so, before you strike, make this communication. I'll give him this one chance. If he'll more gaily bear him, play croquet, smoke, and dance, I willingly will spare him. They went, those minions true, to Ass's milk come water, and told their errand to the Reverend Hopley Porter. "What?" said that reverend gent. "Dance through my hours of leisure? Smoke? Bathe myself with scent? Play croquet? Oh, with pleasure! Wear all my
the
hair in
aquaponics
curl,
should be fine.
stand at my door and
loves
wink
getting
so
extra water.
at every passing girl. My brothers, I should think so. For years I've longed for some excuse for this revulsion. Now that excuse has come. I do it on compulsion." He smoked and winked away, this Reverend Hopley Porter. The deuce there was to pay at Ass's milk come water. And Hooper holds his ground, in mildness daily growing. They think him all around the mildest curate going. End of ballad number 2, The Rival Curates, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain.
Mainly, I just need all these recordings in my own version so I can tinker with them.
Ballad number 3 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. Only a dancing girl.
Right? It ain't even upset.
Only a dancing
nice
girl
and cool,
with an unromantic
I figured that'll
style,
take a whole bunch
with
of
borrowed
spunk out of
colour
that thing on
and
the way
curl,
in here.
with fixed mechanical smile, with many a hackneyed wile, with ungrammatical lips and corns that mar her trips. Hung from the flies in air, she acts a palpable lie. She's as little a fairy there as unpoetical I. I hear you asking why in the world I sing this tawdry, tinselled thing. No airy-fairy she, as she hangs in arsenic green, from a highly impossible tree, in a highly impossible scene, herself not over-clean. For fays don't suffer, I'm told, from bunions, coughs, or cold. And stately dames that bring their daughters there to see pronounce the dancing thing no better than she should be, with her skirt at her shameful knee, and her painted, tainted phiz. Ah, matron, which of us is?
Go.
And in sooth, it oft occurs that while these matrons sigh, their dresses are lower than hers, and sometimes half as high, and their hair is hair they buy, and they use their glasses too in a way she'd blush to do. But change her gold and green for a coarse merino gown, and see her upon the scene of her home, when coaxing down her drunken father's frown in his squalid, cheerless den. She's a fairy, truly, then. End of ballad number 3, Only a Dancing Girl, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain.
Egads.
Ballad number 4 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. General John. The bravest names for fire and flames and all that mortal durst were General John and Private James of the 6071st. General John was a soldier tried, a chief of warlike dons, a haughty stride and a withering pride were Major General John's. A sneer would play on his martial phiz, superior birth to show. Pish was a favourite word of his, and he often said, ho, ho.
Ho, ho.
Full Private James described might be as a man of a mournful mind. No characteristic trait had he of any distinctive kind. From the ranks one day cried Private James, "Oh, Major General John, I've doubts of our respective names my mournful mind upon. A glimmering thought occurs to me, its source I can't unearth, but I've a kind of a notion we were cruelly changed at birth. I've a strange idea that each other's names we've each of us here got on. Such things have been," said Private James. "They have," sneered General John. "My General John, I swear upon my oath I think 'tis so." "Pish!" proudly sneered his General John, and he also said, "Ho, ho!"
Ho, ho!
"My General John, my General John, my General John," quoth he, "this aristocratical sneer upon your face I blush to see. No truly great or generous cove, deserving of them names, would sneer at a fixed idea that's drove in the mind of a Private James." Said General John, "Upon your claims no need your breath to waste. If this is a joke, Full Private James, it's a joke of doubtful taste. But being a man of doubtless worth, if you feel certain quite that we were probably changed at birth, I'll venture to say you're right."
They did another
so
update
General
today,
John as Private James fell in parade upon, and Private James, by change of names, was Major General John. End of Ballad number 4, General John, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain.
Well, that's what she said.
Ballad number 5 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. To a Little Maid by a Policeman. Come with me, little maid. Nay, shrink not thus afraid, I'll harm thee not. Fly not, my love, from me. I have a home for thee, a fairy grot where mortal eye can rarely pry, there shall thy dwelling be. List to me while I tell the pleasures of that cell, O little maid. What though its couch be rude, homely, the only food within its shade? No thought of care can enter there, no vulgar swain intrude. Come with me, little maid, come to the rocky shade, I love to sing.
Will not put that
Live with us, maiden rare, come, for we want thee there, thou elfin thing, to work thy spell in some cool cell in stately Pentonville.
It's supposed to be.
End of Ballad number 5, To a Little Maid by a Policeman, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain.
That's because it really, really sucks.
Ballad number 6 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. John and Freddy. John courted lovely Mary Ann, so likewise did his brother Freddy. Fred was a very soft young man, while John, though quick, was most unsteady. Fred was a graceful kind of youth, but John was very much the strongest. "Oh, dance away," said she, "in truth, I'll marry him who dances longest."
That will change the value on that.
John tries the maiden's taste to strike with gay, grotesque, outrageous dresses, and dances comically like Clodoche and Co. at the princess's. But Freddy tries another style. He knows some graceful steps, and does 'em. A breathing poem, woman's smile, a man all poesy and bosom. Now Freddy's operatic power, now Johnny's hornpipe seems entrapping, now Freddy's graceful now Johnny's skilful cellar flapping. For many hours, for many days, for many weeks performed each brother, for each was active in his ways, and neither would give in to t'other. After a month of this, they say, the maid was getting bored and moody, a wandering curate passed that way, and talked a lot of goody-goody. "Oh my,"
goody.
said he with solemn frown, "I tremble for each dancing freighter, like unregenerated clown and harlequin at some theatre." He showed that men in dancing do both impiously and absurdly, and proved his proposition true with firstly, secondly, and thirdly. For months both John and Freddy danced, the curate's protest little heeding. For months the curate's words enhanced the sinfulness of their proceeding. At length they bowed to nature's rule. Their steps grew feeble and unsteady, till Freddy fainted on a stool, and Johnny on the top of
Fantastic. At
Freddy.
least we didn't get skunked. Over the bad ballads, huh?
Quoth they, "Let him be named who henceforth as his wife may rank you." "I've changed my views," the maiden said, "I only marry curates, thank you." Says Freddy, "Here is goings on, to bust myself with rage I'm ready." "I'll be a curate," whispers John. "And I!" exclaimed poetic Freddy. But while they read for it, these chaps, the curate booked the maiden bonny, and when she's buried him, perhaps she'll marry
Yeah, I turned
Frederick
down. I've
or
got like
Johnny.
a dozen different volumes over here, and no
End
matter
of
how hard I
ballad number
try,
6, John
the
and
National
Freddy,
Weather Service
from the
has
Bab
its own
Ballads.
sound,
This
and
recording is in the
there's
public domain.
there's no way to stop it from being there. It has its own channel or something. So like when I try tinkering around with it, what I end up with is
Ballad
a whole
number
bunch of
7 of
echoes.
the Bab Ballads by W.S.
If I
Gilbert,
do
read
anything
for
with that window,
LibriVox.org by Graham
whatever.
Redman. Sir Guy the Crusader. Sir Guy was a doughty crusader, a muscular knight, ever ready to fight, a very determined invader, and Dicky de Lyon's delight.
See, the concept here
Lenore
is,
was a Saracen maiden,
in the event of
brunette,
riots, I'll have a
statuesque,
riot
the
in the
reverse
upper
of
left-hand
grotesque.
corner,
Her pa was
possibly
a
a different
bagman from Aden.
angle of
Her
riot in the
mother she
bottom
played in
left-hand corner,
burlesque.
and whatever
A
weather's going
coryphée,
on or
pretty and
aerial
loyal,
vision in
in
the right
amber
side,
and red the ballet
and
she
I
led.
can be like a
Her
tiny
mother
little
performed at the
thing.
Royal, Lenore at the
Wouldn't even
Saracen's
normally
Head.
notice, like
Of
right
face
over
and of
here,
figure majestic,
just
she
peeping out a
dazzled the
little
cits,
bit.
ecstaticized pits.
Pretty even there.
Her troubles were only domestic, but drove her
I mean, let's
half
be honest,
out
I'm
of her
pooped.
wits.
Nobody wants to sit and stare
Her
at me.
father incessantly lashed her. On water and bread she was grudgingly fed. Whenever her father he thrashed her, her mother sat down on her head. Guy saw her and loved her with reason, for beauty so bright sent him mad
It's
with
tearing
delight.
the
He
ever-loving
purchased
crap
a
out
stall
of
for the season and sat in it every night. His views were exceedingly proper. He wanted to wed, so he called at her
North
shed
Bay, North.
and saw her progenitor whop her.
Lost the names.
Her mother sit down on her head.
Go too close into it.
"So pretty," said he, "and so trusting. You brute of
Oh,
a
yeah.
dad, you unprincipled cad. Your conduct is really disgusting. Come, come, now admit it's too bad. You're a turbaned old Turk and
You
malignant.
got me, man.
Your daughter Lenore I intensely adore, and I cannot help feeling
I guess it
indignant,
takes a little
a
while
fact
for the
that I
names to
hinted
pop up.
before. To see a fond father employing a deuce of a knout for to bang her about, to a
I
sensitive
swear I was
lover's
reading the names on
annoying,"
all this stuff earlier.
said the
That's like
bagman.
North Bay, I
"Crusader,
think.
get out."
This whole area is getting
Says
absolutely
Guy,
hammered.
"Shall a warrior laden with a big spiky knob sit in peace on his cob
It's
while
going
a
up the
beautiful
Gulf Coast in
Saracen
Florida.
maiden is whipped by a
Somebody
Saracen
pulling the
snob?
zipper up a pair of pants.
To London I'll go from my charmer,"
Absolutely
which
nightmarish.
he did with his loot, 7 hats and a flute, and was nabbed for his Sydenham armour at Mr. Ben Samuel's suit. Sir Guy, he
I
was
was
lodged
kicked for
in the
being idle.
Compter. Her pa, in a rage, died, don't know his age. His daughter, she married the prompter, grew bulky, and quitted the stage. End of ballad number 7, Sir Guy the Crusader, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain.
I'm still not sure what I'm seeing here. There's all kinds of overlays here that I can tinker
the
with.
Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert.
But
Read for LibriVox.org
as far as
by
I
Graham
can
Redman.
tell,
Haunted. Haunted, I, in a social way, by a body of ghosts in dread array, but no conventional spectres they, appalling, grim, and tricky. I quail at mine as I'd never
don't they
quail
know
at a
I'm
fine
having technical
traditional
issues
spectre
over here?
pale, with a turnip head
They
and a
don't
ghostly
care about
wail,
that.
and a splash of blood on the dicky.
They'll have a little
Mine
flooding.
are horrible
I'm
social
expecting
ghosts. Speeches and women and guests and
some
hosts,
fairly significant
weddings
flooding
and
here
morning
because it
calls and
hasn't
toasts
been raining
in every bad variety.
past week or two.
Ghosts who hover about the
And
grave of all that's manly,
Fred Clay will
free,
deal
and
with
brave.
a pretty heavy
You'll
saturation
find their
to a
names
point,
on the architrave of that
right?
charnel house society.
Once you surpass that
Black Monday,
saturation,
black as its schoolroom ink,
it becomes
with its dismal
extremely
boys that
dangerous.
snivel and think of its
know,
nauseous
because
messes to
while
eat and
most
drink,
of the foothills
and
around
its
here are
frozen
caked
tank
with
to
like,
wash in.
oh yeah,
That
here we
was
go.
the first that brought me grief.
Guess who just
Made
now
me
emailed
weep
me?
till I sought relief in an emblematical handkerchief to choke such baby bosh in. First and worst in the grim array, ghosts of ghosts that have gone their way, which I wouldn't revive for a single day, for all the wealth of Plutus, are the horrible ghosts that school days scared.
Unfortunately, no,
But the
Rita.
classical ghost that
I
Brutus
cannot
dared was
reschedule
the
for
ghost
tomorrow.
of his Caesar, unprepared. I'm sure I pity Brutus. I passed a critical 17, the ghost of that terrible wedding scene, when an elderly colonel stole my queen and woke my dream of heaven. No schoolgirl decked in her
From
nurseroom
Rita's
curls
Juicy
was
Life
my gushing
is wanting
innocent
a
queen
show,
of
and
pearls.
I'm all down for
If
it,
she
but I have
wasn't a
jury
girl
duty.
of 1,000 girls,
I can't like,
she was
I
one
mean, I
of
gotta like
47.
figure that shit out. I don't get to know
I see
exactly
the
what,
ghost
when,
of
where,
my
why,
first
how, or
cigar,
none of
of
that
the
till
thence
tomorrow. So I
arising
can't
family
make
jar,
plans after
of
tomorrow.
my maiden brief.
I just can't
I
do
was
it.
at
I
the
don't
bar,
know
and I called the judge a washer.
what will be
Of
going on.
reckless
But here's the
days
really
and
crappy
reckless
part.
nights,
I'm in a small
with
town. There's a
wrenched-off
very
knockers,
decent chance I know these
extinguished
people.
lights, unholy songs and tipsy fights, which I strove in
So-
vain to hush up. Ghosts of
I'm sure they'll
fraudulent
find
joint
somebody
stock
I don't know
banks,
for me to rule
ghosts of copy declined with thanks, of novels returned in
I got
endless
kicked
ranks,
from my game
and
because
thousands
I was
more
just
I
distracted
suffer.
by
The only
y'all.
line to fitly grace my
Oh no,
humble
it's going
tomb
to kick
when
me
I've
off
run
of
my
the
race
internet
is,
because my connection
Reader,
sucks.
this is
so
the
bad.
resting place of an unsuccessful duffer. I fought them all, these ghosts of mine, but the weapons I've used are sighs and brine. And now that I'm nearly 49, old age is my chiefest bogey. For my hair is thinning away at the crown, and the silver fights with the worn-out brown.
Pretty much anything
And a
I do here
general
is going to
verdict
require an
sets me
update.
down as an irreclaimable fogey.
What was that game? Is that Planet Side?
End of ballad
That's-
number 8,
Oh,
Haunted, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Ballad number
So I start
9
downloading
of the
some
Bab
really
Ballads
heavy-duty
by
data, and
W.S.
my
Gilbert,
signal straightens
read
out
for
and acts like everything's fine.
LibriVox.org by Graham
Start
Redman.
raving batshit crazy.
The Bishop and the Busman. It was a bishop bold, and London was his see. He was short and stout and roundabout, and zealous as could be. It also was a Jew who drove a Putney bus.
A what?
For flesh of swine, however fine, he did not
How
care a cuss.
dare you, good sir?
His name was Hashbaz Ben, and
Hashbaz
Jedediah
Ben.
too, and Solomon and Zabulon, this bus-directing Jew. The bishop said he, I'll see what I can do to Christianize and make you wise, you poor benighted Jew.
Oh my God.
So every blessed day that bus he rode
Who
outside
wrote
from
this
Fulham
madness?
town, both up and down, and loudly thus he cried,
Like, what in the
His
world
name
have I
is
stumbled?
Hashbaz
This is
Ben,
on
and
LibriVox. This is
Jedediah
like
too, and Solomon and Zebulon, this bus directing Jew. At first the busman smiled, and rather liked the fun. He merely smiled, that Hebrew child, and said, Eccentric one. And gay young dogs would wait to see the bus go by, these gay young dogs in striking togs, to hear the bishop cry, Observe his grisly beard, his race it clearly shows. He sticks no fork in ham or pork. Observe, my friends, his nose. His name is Hashbaz Ben, and Jedediah
so
too,
terrible.
and Solomon
Some
and
of them are so
Zebulon,
very bad.
this bus directing Jew.
He directs
But
the
though
bus,
at
I suppose.
first amused, yet after
Wow.
7 years this Hebrew child got rather riled, and melted into tears. He really almost feared to leave his poor abode. His nose and name and beard became a byword on that road.
The dirty part of it
At
is he's a
length
busman.
he swore an oath, the reason he would know.
That's
I'll
so
call
weird.
and see why ever he does persecute me so. The good old bishop sat on his ancestral chair. The busman came, sent up his name, and laid his grievance bare. Benighted Jew, he said, the good old bishop did, be Christian you instead of Jew, become a Christian kid. I'll ne'er annoy you more. Indeed, replied the Jew, shall I be freed? You will indeed. Then done, said he, with you. The organ which in man between the eyebrows grows fell from his face, and in its place he found a Christian nose. His tangled Hebrew beard, which to his waist came down, was now a pair of whiskers fair, his name Adolphus Brown. He wedded in a year that prelate's daughter Jane. He's grown quite fair, has auburn hair, his wife is far from plain. End of ballad number 9, The Bishop and the Busman, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain. Ballad number 10 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. The Troubadour. A troubadour he played without a castle wall. Within, a hapless maid responded to his call. "O willow, woe is me! Alack and well a day! If I were only free, I'd hie me far away." Unknown her face and name, but this he knew right well, the maiden's wailing came from out a dungeon cell. A hapless woman lay within that dungeon grim. That fact, I've heard him say, was quite enough for him. "I will not sit or lie, or eat or drink, I vow, till thou art free as I, or I as pent as thou." Her tears then ceased to flow, her wails no longer rang, and tuneful in her woe the prisoned maiden sang. "O stranger, as you play, I recognize your touch, and all that I can say is, thank you very much." He seized his clarion straight, and blew thereat until a warden oped the gate. "Oh, what might be your will?" "I've come, sir knave, to see the master of these halls. A maid unwillingly lies prisoned in their walls." With barely stifled sigh that porter drooped his head. with teardrops in his eye. "A many, sir," he said. He stayed to hear no more, but pushed that porter by, and shortly stood before Sir Hugh de Peckham Rye. Sir Hugh, he darkly frowned. "What would you, sir, with me?" The troubadour he downed upon his bended knee. "I've come, de Peckham Rye, to do a Christian task. You ask me what would I? It is not much I ask. Release these maidens, sir, whom you dominion o'er, particularly her upon the second floor. And if you don't, my lord," he here stood bolt upright, and tapped a tailor's sword, "come out, you cad, and fight." Sir Hugh he called, and ran the warden from the gate. "Go, show this gentleman the maid in 48." By many a cell they passed, and stopped at length before a portal bolted fast. The man unlocked the door. He called inside the gate with coarse and brutal shout, "Come, step it, 48!" And 48 stepped out. They gets it pretty hot, the maidens what we cotch. 2 years this lady's got for collaring a watch. "Oh, indeed, I see," the troubadour exclaimed. "If I may make so free, how is this castle named?" The warden's eyelids fill, and sighing he replied, "Of gloomy Pentonville, this is the female side." The minstrel did not wait the warden stout to thank, but recollected straight he'd business at the bank. End of Ballad number 10, The Troubadour, from the Bab Ballads. This recording is in the public domain. Ballad number 11 of the Bab Ballads by W.S. Gilbert, read for LibriVox.org by Graham Redman. Ferdinando and Elvira, or The Gentle Pieman. Part 1. At a pleasant evening party I had taken down to supper one whom I will call Elvira, and we talked of love and Tupper. Mr. Tupper and the poets, very lightly with them dealing, for I've always been distinguished for a strong poetic feeling. Then we let
The Hunting of the Snark, An Agony in 8 Fits by Lewis Carroll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The ridiculous part of that is I was listening the whole time, thought I was talking and stuff. Like, oh dear. What I said is, congratulations, Swiss Miss. You convinced me to change the show a little bit, right? Okay, so we're going to to the hunting of the snark, and I think you know why. And this is the version 3, which is the better version of the 3 that I found so far. The other two, one was sounded like a little girl. It was kind of weird listening to. It's probably a 25, 30-year-old woman.
The Hunting of the Snark, An Agony in 8 Fits by Lewis Carroll. This is a LibriVox recording.
Welcome.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This story recorded by Phil Chenevert. The Hunting of the Snark, An Agony in 8 Fits. Fit the First. The Landing. Just the place for a snark, the bellman cried, as he landed his crew with care, supporting each man on the top of the tide by a finger entwined in his hair. Just the place for a snark, I have said it twice, that alone should encourage the crew. Just the place for a snark, I have said it thrice, what I tell you 3 times is true. The crew was complete. It included a boots, a maker of bonnets and hoods, a barrister brought to arrange their disputes, and a broker to value their goods. A billiard marker, whose skill was immense, might perhaps have won more than his share. But a banker, engaged at enormous expense, had the whole of their cash in his care. There was also a beaver that paced on the deck, or would sit making lace in the bow, and had often, the bellman said, saved them from wreck, though none of the sailors knew how. There was one who was famed for the number of things he forgot when he entered the ship. His umbrella, his watch, all his jewels and rings, and the clothes he had brought for the trip. He had 42 boxes, all carefully packed, with his name painted clearly on each. But since he omitted to mention the fact, they were all left behind on the beach. The loss of his clothes hardly mattered, because he had 7 coats on when he came, with 3 pairs of boots, but the worst of it was, he had wholly forgotten his name. He would answer to "Hi," or to any loud cry, such as "Fry me," or "Fritter my wig," to what you may call him, or what was his name, but especially "Thing-a-ma-jig." While for those who preferred a more forcible word, he had different names from these. His intimate friends called him Candle Ends, and his enemies Toasted Cheese. His form is ungainly, his intellect small, so the bellman would often remark, but his courage is perfect, and that, after all, is the thing that one needs with a snark. He would joke with hyenas, returning their stare with an impudent wag of the head, and he once went a walk, paw in paw, with a bear, just to keep up its spirits, he said. He came as a baker, but owned when too late, and it drove the poor bellman half mad. He could only bake bride cake, for which, I may state, no materials were to be had. The last of the crew needs a special remark. Though he looked an incredible dunce, he had just one idea, but that one being snark, the good bellman engaged him at once. He came as a butcher, but gravely declared, when the ship had been sailing a week, he could only kill beavers. The bellman looked scared, and was almost too frightened to speak. But at length he explained, in a tremulous tone, there was only one beaver on board, and that was a tame one he had of his own, whose death would be deeply deplored. The beaver, who happened to hear the remark, protested, with tears in his eyes, that not even the
those
rapture of
politicians
hunting
who
the
tell you
snark
how much they
could
love the
atone
Second
for that
Amendment and
dismal
how
surprise. It strongly advised that the butcher should be conveyed in a separate ship, but the bellman declared that would never agree with the plans he had made for the trip. Navigation was always a difficult art, though with only one ship and one bell, and he feared he
Well, that does not make Sasquatch happy. Right. The snark I know is nowhere near tame.
he must really decline for his part, undertaking another as well. The Beaver's best course was, no doubt, to procure a second-hand dagger-proof coat. So the banker advised it, and next to insure its life in some office of note. This the banker suggested and offered for hire, on moderate terms, or for sale. Two excellent policies, one against fire, and one against damage from hail. Yet still, ever after that sorrowful day, whenever the butcher was by, the Beaver kept looking the opposite way, and appeared unaccountably shy. Fit the second, the bellman's speech. The bellman himself they all praised to the skies. Such a carriage, such ease, and such grace, such solemnity, too, one could see he was wise the moment one looked in his face. He had brought a large map representing the sea, without the least vestige of land, and the crew were much pleased when they found it to be a map they could all understand. What's the good of Mercator's North Poles and Equators, tropics, zones, and meridian lines? So the bellman would cry, and the crew would reply, they are merely conventional signs.
No,
Other
they are
maps
not
are
house
such
pets.
shapes with their islands and capes, but we've got a brave captain to thank. So the crew would protest that he's brought us the best, a perfect and absolute blank. This was charming, no doubt, but they shortly found out that the captain they trusted so well had only one notion for crossing the ocean, and that was to tingle his bell. He was thoughtful and grave, but the orders he gave were enough to bewilder a crew. When he cried, "Steer to starboard, but keep her head larboard," what on earth was the helmsman to do? Then the bowsprit got mixed with the rudder sometimes, a thing, as the bellman remarked, that frequently happens in tropical climes, when a vessel is, so to speak, snarked. But the principal failing occurred in the sailing, and the bellman, perplexed and distressed, said he had hoped at least when the wind blew due east, that the ship would not travel due west. But the danger was past. They had landed at last, with their
Oh, no.
boxes, portmanteaus, and bags. Yet at first sight the crew were not pleased with the view, which consisted of chasms and crags. The bellman perceived that their spirits were low, and repeated in musical tone some jokes he had kept for a season of woe, but the crew would do nothing but groan. He served out some grog with a liberal hand, and bade them sit down on the beach, and they could not but own that their captain looked grand as he stood and delivered his speech. "Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ears." They were all of them fond of quotations. So they drank to his health, and they gave him 3 cheers, while he served out additional rations. "We have sailed many months, we have sailed many weeks, 4 weeks to the month, you may mark, but never as yet, 'tis your captain who speaks, have we caught the least glimpse of a snark. We have sailed many weeks, we have sailed many days, 7 days to the week, I allow, but a snark, on the which we might lovingly gaze, we have never beheld till now. Come, listen, my men, while I tell you again the 5 unmistakable marks by which you may know, wheresoever you go, the warranted, genuine snarks. Let us take them in order. The first is the taste, which is meager and hollow, but crisp, like a coat that is rather too tight in the waist, with a flavor of will-o'-the-wisp. Its habit of getting up late, you'll agree, that it carries too far when I say that it frequently breakfasts at 5 o'clock tea, and dines on the following day. The third is its slowness in taking a jest. Should you happen to venture on one, it will sigh like a thing that is deeply distressed, and it always looks grave at a pun. The fourth is its fondness for bathing machines, which it constantly carries about, and believes that they add to the beauty of scenes, a sentiment open to doubt. The fifth is ambition. It next will be right to describe each particular batch, distinguishing those that have feathers and bite, and those that have whiskers and scratch. For although common snarks do no manner of harm, yet I feel it my duty to say, some are boojums. The bellman broke off in alarm, for the baker had fainted away. Fit the third, the baker's tale. They roused him with muffins, they roused him with ice, they roused him with mustard and cress, they roused him with jam and judicious advice, they set him conundrums to guess. When at length he sat up and was able to speak, his sad story he offered to tell, and the bellman cried, "Silence! Not even a shriek!" and excitedly tingled his bell. There was silence supreme, not a shriek, not a scream, scarcely even a howl or a groan, as the man they called Ho told his story of woe in an antediluvian tone. My father and mother were honest, though poor. Skip all that, cried the bellman in haste. If it once becomes dark, there's no chance of a snark. We have hardly a minute to waste. I skip 40 years, said the baker in tears, and proceed without further remark to the day when you took me aboard of your ship to help you in hunting the Snark. A dear uncle of mine, after whom I was named, remarked when I bade him farewell, "Oh, skip your dear uncle," the bellman exclaimed as he angrily tingled his bell. He remarked to me then, said that mildest of men, "If your Snark be a Snark, that is right. Fetch it home by all means, you may serve it with greens, and it's handy for striking a light. You may seek it with thimbles, and seek it with care. You may hunt it with forks and hope. You may threaten its life with a railway share. You may charm it with smiles and soap." That's exactly the method, the bellman bold in a hasty parenthesis cried. That's exactly the way I have always been told that the capture of Snarks should be tried. But oh, beamish nephew, beware of the day, if your Snark be a boojum, for then you will softly and suddenly vanish away, and never be met
Agreed.
with again. It is this that oppresses my soul when I think of my
I really
uncle's
like
last
this narrator.
words, and my heart is like nothing so much as a bowl brimming over with quivering curds. It is this, it is this. We have had that before, the bellman indignantly said, and the baker replied, "Let me say it once more. It is this that I dread. I engage with the Snark every night after dark in a dreamy, delirious fight. I serve it
Ooh,
with
Snark's
greens
gonna
in
love to hear
those
that.
shadowy scenes, and I use it for striking a light. But if ever I meet with a boojum that day, in a moment of this I am sure, I shall softly and suddenly vanish away, and the notion I cannot endure." Fit the fourth. The Hunting. The bellman looked huffish and wrinkled his brow. "If only you'd spoken before! It's excessively awkward to mention it now, with the Snark, so to speak, at the door. We should all of us grieve, as you well may believe, if you were never met with again. But surely, my man, when the voyage began, you might have suggested it then. It's excessively awkward to mention it now, as I think I've already remarked." And the man they called Hi remarked with a sigh, "I informed you the day we embarked. You may charge me with murder or want of sense. We are all of us weak at times. But the slightest approach to a false pretense was never among my crimes. I said it in Hebrew, I said it in Dutch, I said it in German and Greek, but I wholly forgot, and it vexes me much, that English is what you speak." "'Tis a pitiful tale," said the bellman, whose face had grown longer at every word. "But now that you've stated the whole of your case, more debate would be simply absurd. The rest of my speech he explained to his men. You shall hear when I've leisure to speak it. But the Snark is at hand, let me tell you again. 'Tis your glorious duty to seek it. To seek it with thimbles, to seek it with care, to pursue it with forks and hope, to threaten its life with a railway share, to charm it with smiles and soap. For the Snark's a peculiar creature that won't be caught in a commonplace way. Do all that you know and try all that you don't. Not a chance must be wasted today. For England expects, I forbear to proceed. 'Tis a maxim tremendous but trite. And you'd best be unpacking the things that you need to rig yourselves out for the fight. Then the banker endorsed a blank check which he crossed, and changed his loose silver for notes. The baker with care combed his whiskers and hair, and shook the dust out of his coats. The boots and the broker were sharpening a spade, each working the grindstone in turn. But the beaver went on making lace, and displayed no interest in the concern. Though the barrister tried to appeal to its pride, and vainly proceeded to cite a number of cases in which making laces had been proved an infringement of right. The maker of bonnets ferociously planned a novel arrangement of bows, while the billiard marker, with quivering hand, was chalking the tip of his nose. But the butcher turned nervous and dressed himself fine, with yellow kid gloves and a ruff. Said he felt it exactly like going to dine, which the bellman declared was all stuff. Introduce me, now there's a good fellow, he said, if we happen to meet it together. And the bellman, sagaciously nodding his head, said that must depend on the weather. The beaver went simply gallumping about at seeing the butcher so shy, and even the baker, though stupid and stout, made an effort to wink with one eye. Be a man, said the bellman in wrath as he heard the butcher beginning to sob. Should we meet with a jube, that desperate bird, we shall need all our strength for the job. Fit the Fifth. The Beaver's Lesson. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with forks and hope. They threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. Then the butcher contrived an ingenious plan for making a separate sally, and had fixed on a spot unfrequented by man a dismal and desolate valley. But the very same plan to the beaver occurred. It had chosen the very same place, yet neither betrayed by a sign or a word the disgust that appeared in his face. Each thought he was thinking of nothing but Snark and the glorious work of the day, and each tried to pretend that he did not remark that the other was going that way. But the valley grew narrow and narrower still, and the evening got darker and colder, till, merely from nervousness, not from good will, they marched along shoulder to shoulder. Then a scream, shrill and high, rent the shuddering sky, and they knew that some danger was near. The beaver turned pale to the tip of its tail, and even the butcher felt queer. He thought of his childhood, left far, far behind, that blissful and innocent state. The sound so exactly recalled to his mind a pencil that squeaks on a slate. "'Tis the voice of the Jube," he suddenly cried, this man that they used to call Dunce. "As the bellman would tell you," he added with pride, "I have uttered that sentiment once. 'Tis the note of the Jube. Keep count, I entreat. You will find I have told it you twice. 'Tis the song of the Jube. The proof is complete, if only I've stated it thrice." The beaver had counted with scrupulous care, attending to every word, but it fairly lost heart and outgrave in despair when the third repetition occurred. It felt that, in spite of all possible pains, it had somehow contrived to lose count, and the only thing now was to rack its poor brains by reckoning up the amount. 2 added to 1, if that could but be done, it said with one's fingers and thumbs, recollecting with tears how, in earlier years, it had taken no pains with its sums. "The thing can be done," said the butcher, "I think. The thing must be done, I am sure. The thing shall be done. Bring me paper and ink, the best there is time to procure." The Beaver brought paper, portfolio, pens, and ink in unfailing supplies, while strange, creepy creatures came out of their dens and watched them with wondering eyes. So engrossed was the butcher, he heeded them not, as he wrote with a pen in each hand, and explained all the while in a popular style, which the Beaver could well understand. Taking 3 as the subject to reason about, a convenient number to state, we add 7 and 10, then multiply out by 1,000 diminished by 8. The result we proceed to divide, as you see, by 992, then subtract 17, and the answer must be exactly and perfectly true. The method employed I would gladly explain, while I have it so clear in my head, if I had but the time and you had but the brain, but much yet remains to be said. In one moment I've seen what has hitherto been enveloped in absolute mystery, and without extra charge I'll give you at large a lesson in natural history. In his genial way he proceeded to say, forgetting all laws of propriety, and that giving instruction without introduction would have caused quite a thrill in society. As to temper, the Jubjub's a desperate bird, since it lives in perpetual passion. Its taste in costume is entirely absurd. It is ages ahead of the fashion. But it knows any friend it has met once before. It never will look at a bribe. And in charity meetings it stands at the door and collects, though it does not subscribe. Its flavor, when cooked, is more exquisite far than mutton or oysters or eggs. Some think it keeps best in an ivory jar, and some in mahogany kegs. You boil it in sawdust, you salt it in glue, you condense it with locusts and tape, still keeping one principal object in view, to preserve its symmetrical shape. The butcher would gladly have talked till next day, but he felt that the lesson must end, and he wept with delight in attempting to say he considered the Beaver his friend. While the Beaver confessed, with affectionate looks, more eloquent even than tears, it had learned in 10 minutes far more than all books would have taught it in 70 years. They returned hand in hand, and the bellman, unmanned, for a moment with noble emotion, said, "This amply repays all the wearisome days we have spent on the billowy ocean." Such friends as the Beaver and Butcher became have seldom if ever been known. In winter or summer 'twas always the same, you could never meet either alone. And when quarrels arose, as one frequently finds quarrels will, spite of every endeavor, the song of the Jubjub recurred to their minds, and cemented their friendship forever. Fit the sixth, the barrister's dream. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with forks and hope. They threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. But the barrister, weary of proving in vain that the Beaver's lace-making was wrong, fell asleep, and in dreams saw the creature quite plain that his fancy had dwelt on so long. He dreamed that he stood in a shadowy court, where the Snark with a glass in its eye, dressed in gown, bands, and wig, was defending a pig on the charge of deserting its sty. The witnesses proved, without error or flaw, that the sty was deserted when found, and the judge kept explaining the state of the law in a soft undercurrent of sound. The indictment had never been clearly expressed, and it seemed that the Snark had begun and had spoken 3 hours before anyone guessed what the pig was supposed to have done. The jury had each formed a different view long before the indictment was read, and they all spoke at once so that none of them knew one word that the others had said. "You must know," said the judge, but the Snark exclaimed, "Fudge! That statue is obsolete, quite. Let me tell you, my friend, the whole question depends on an ancient manorial right. In the matter of treason, the pig would appear to have aided, but scarcely abetted. While the charge of insolvency fails, it is clear, if you grant the plea, never indebted. The fact of desertion I will not dispute, but its guilt, as I trust, is removed, so far as related to the costs of this suit, by the alibi which has been proved. My poor client's fate now depends on your votes." Here the speaker sat down in his place, and directed the judge to refer to his notes and briefly to sum up the case. But the judge said he never had summed up before, so the Snark undertook it instead, and summed it so well that it came to far more than the witnesses ever had said. When the verdict was called for, the jury declined, as the word was so puzzling to spell, but they ventured to hope that the Snark wouldn't mind undertaking that duty as well. So the Snark found the verdict, although, as it owned, it was spent with the toils of the day. When it said the word guilty, the jury all groaned, and some of them fainted away. Then the Snark pronounced sentence, the judge being quite too nervous to utter a word. When it rose to its feet, there was silence like night, and the fall of a pin might be heard. Transportation for life was the sentence it gave, and then to be fined £40. The jury all cheered, though the judge said he feared that the phrase was not legally sound. But their wild exultation was suddenly checked when the jailer informed them, with tears, such a sentence would have not the slightest effect, as the pig had been dead for some years. The judge left the court looking deeply disgusted, but the Snark, though a little aghast, as the lawyer to whom the defense was entrusted, went bellowing on to the last. Thus the barrister dreamed, while the bellowing seemed to grow every moment more clear, till he woke to the knell of a furious bell, which the bellman rang close to his ear. Fit the 7th. The banker's fate. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with forks and hope. They threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. And the banker, inspired with a courage so new it was matter for general remark, rushed madly ahead and was lost to their view in his zeal to discover the Snark. But while he was seeking with thimbles and care, a Bandersnatch swiftly drew nigh and
Take it down.
grabbed at the banker, who shrieked in despair, for he knew it was useless to fly. He offered large discount, he offered a check, drawn to bearer for £7.10, but the Bandersnatch merely extended its neck and grabbed at the banker again. Without rest or pause, while those frumious jaws went savagely snapping around, he skipped and he hopped and he floundered and flopped, till fainting he fell to the ground. The Bandersnatch fled as the others appeared, led on by that fear-stricken yell, and the bellman remarked, "It is just as I feared," and solemnly tolled on his bell. He was black in the face, and they scarcely could trace the least likeness to what he had been, while so great was his fright that his waistcoat turned white, a wonderful thing to be seen. To the horror of all who were present that day, he uprose in full evening dress, and with senseless grimaces endeavored to say what his tongue could no longer express. Down he sank in a chair, ran his hands through his hair, and chanted in mimsiest tones, words whose utter inanity proved his insanity, while he rattled a couple of bones. "Leave him here to his fate, it is getting so late," the bellman exclaimed in a fright. "We have lost half the day, any further delay, and we shan't catch a Snark before night." Fit the eighth. The vanishing. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with forks and hope, they threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. They shuddered to think that the chase might fail, and the beaver, excited at last, went bounding along on the tip of its tail, for the daylight was nearly past. "There is Thingumbob shouting," the bellman said. "He is shouting like mad, only hark! He is waving his hands, he is wagging his head. He has certainly found a Snark." They gazed in delight, while the butcher exclaimed, he was always a desperate wag. They beheld him, their baker, their hero unnamed, on the top of a neighboring crag. Erect and sublime, for one moment of time, in the next, that wild figure they saw, as if stung by a spasm, plunge into a chasm, while they waited and listened in awe. "It's a Snark!" was the sound that first came to their ears, and seemed almost too good to be true. Then followed a torrent of laughter and cheers. Then the ominous words, "It's a boo!" Then a silence. Some fancied they heard in the air a weary and wondering sigh, then sounded like "Joom!" But the others declare it was only a breeze that went by. They hunted till darkness came on, but they found not a button or feather or mark by which they could tell that they stood on the ground where the baker had met with the Snark. In the midst of the word he was trying to say, in the midst of his laughter and glee, he had softly and suddenly vanished away, for the Snark was a boojum, you see. End of The Hunting of the Snark. This has been read by Phil Shinnefair.
Will Ye Go to the Indies, My Mary? By Robert Burns. (read_for_LibriVox.org) by Delta Piñeroles. Will ye go to the Indies, my Mary, and leave auld Scotia's shore? Will ye go to the Indies, my Mary, across the Atlantic roar? Oh, sweet grows the lime and the orange, and the apple on the pine, but a' the charms of
Pierwiosnek ze zbioru
Preface of Verses, Popular and Humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arrowhead Aussie. Preface. My acknowledgements of the courtesy of the editors and proprietors of the newspapers in which most of these verses were first published are due and gratefully discharged on the eve of my departure for England. Chief among them is the Sydney Bulletin. Others are the Sydney Town and Country Journal, Freeman's Journal, and Truth and the New Zealand Mail. A few new pieces are included in the collection. Sydney, March 17th, 1900. End of preface. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 1
of Verses, Popular and Humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. The ports of the open sea. Down here where the ships loom large in the gloom when the sea storms veer. Down here on the southwest margin of the western hemisphere, where the might of a worldwide ocean round the youngest land rolls free, storm-bound from the world's commotion, lie the ports of the open sea. By the bluff where the grey sand reaches to the curb of the spray-swept street, by the sweep of the black sand beaches from the main road travellers' feet, by the heights like a work titanic, begun ere the gods' work ceased, by a bluff-lined coast volcanic, lie the ports of the wild south-east. By the steeps of the snow-capped ranges, by the scarped and terraced hills, far away from the swift life changes, from the wear of the strife that kills, where the land in the spring seems younger than a land of the earth might be. Oh, the hearts of the rovers hunger for the ports of the open sea. But the captains watch and hearken for a sign of the South Sea wrath. Let the face of the south-east darken, and they turn to the ocean path. The sea boats dare not linger, whatever the cargo be, when the south-east lifts a finger by the ports of the open sea. South by the bleak bluff faring, north where the three kings wait, south-east the tempest daring, flight through the storm-tossed strait. Yonder a white-winged roamer, struck where the rollers roar, where the great green froth-flaked comber breaks down on the black-ribbed shore. For the south-east lands are dreadlands to the sailors in the shrouds, where the low clouds loom like headlands, and the black bluffs blur like clouds, when the breakers rage to windward, and the lights are masked alee, and the sunken rocks run inward to a port of the open sea. But oh, for the south-east weather, the sweep of the 3 days' gale, when far through the flaxened heather the spindrift drives like hail. Glory to man's creation, that drive where the gale grows gruff, when the homes of the sea-coast stations flash white from the darkening bluff, when the swell of the south-east rouses the wrath of the Maori sprite, and the brown folk flee their houses, and crouch in the flax by night, and wait as they long have waited, in fear as the brown folk be, the wave of destruction fated, for the ports of the open sea. Grey clouds to the mountain bases, wild boughs that rush and sweep, on the rounded hills the tussocks, like flocks of flying sheep, a lonely storm-bird soaring o'er tussock, fern and tree, and the boulder beaches roaring, the hymn of the open sea. End of Chapter 1. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 2
of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. The Three Kings. The Three Kings refers to 3 sea-girt pinnacles off North Cape, New Zealand. The east is dead and the west is done, and again our course lies thus, south-east by fate and the rising sun, where the Three Kings wait for us. When our hearts are young and the world is wide, and the heights seem grand to climb, we are off and away to the Sydney side, but the Three Kings bide their time. I've been to the west, the digger said. He was bearded, bronzed and old. Ah, the smothering curse of the east is wool, and the curse of the west is gold. I went to the west in the golden boom, with hope and a lifelong mate. They sleep in the sand by the boulder soak, and long may the Three Kings wait. I've had my fling on the Sydney side, said the black sheep to the sea. Let the young fool learn when he can't be taught. I've learnt what's good for me. And he gazed ahead on the sea line dim, grown dim in his softened eyes, with a pain in his heart that was good for him, as he saw the Three Kings rise. A pale girl sits on the forecastle head. She is back. 3 Kings so soon. But it seems to her like a lifetime dead since she fled with him, saloon. There is refuge still in the old folks' arms for the child that loved too well. They will hide her shame on the southern farm, and the Three Kings will not tell. 'Twas a restless heart on the tide of life, and a false star in the skies, that led me on to the deadly strife where the southern London lies. But I dream in peace of a home for me by a glorious southern sound, as the sunset fades from a moonlit sea, and the three kings show us round. Our hearts are young, and the old heart's old, and life on the farm is slow, and away in the world there is fame and gold, and the three kings watch us go. Our heads seem wise, and the world seems wide, and its heights are ours to climb. So it's off and away in our youthful pride, but the three kings bide our time. End of
Chapter 2.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 3.
Of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. The outside track. There were 10 of us there on the moonlit quay, and one on the forward hatch. No straighter mate to his mates than he had ever said lends a match. 'Twill be long, old man, ere our glasses clink. 'Twill be long ere we grip your hand. And we dragged him ashore for a final drink, till the whole wide world seemed grand. For they marry and go as the world rolls back, they marry and vanish and die, but their spirit shall live on the outside track, as long as the years go by. The port lights glowed in the morning mist that rolled from the waters green, and over the railing we grasped his fist as the dark tide came between. We cheered the captain and cheered the crew, and our mate, time's out of mind. We cheered the land he was going to, and the land he had left behind. We roared Lang Syne as a last farewell, but my heart seemed out of joint. I well remember the hush that fell when the steamer had passed the point. We drifted home through the public bars. We were 10 times less by one, who sailed out under the morning stars, and under the rising sun. And one by one, and 2 by 2, they have sailed from the wharf since then. I have said good-bye to the last I knew, the last of the careless men. And I can't but think that the times we've had were the best times after all, as I turn aside with a lonely glass, and drink to the barroom wall. But I'll try my luck for a cheque out back, then a last good-bye to the bush, for my heart's away on the outside track, on the track of the steerage push. End of
Chapter 3.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 4.
Of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. Sydney side. Where's the steward? Barroom steward? Berth. Oh, any berth will do. I have left a £3 billet just to come along with you. Brighter shines the star of rovers on a world that's growing wide, but I think I'd give a kingdom for a glimpse of Sydney side. Run of rocky shelves at sunrise, with their base on ocean's bed, homes of Coogee, homes of Bondi, and the lighthouse on South Head. For in loneliness and hardship, and with just a touch of pride, has my heart been taught to whisper, you belong to Sydney side. Oh, there never dawned a morning in the long and lonely days, but I thought I saw the ferries steaming out across the bays, and as fresh and fair in fancy did the picture rise again, as the sunrise flushed the city from Woolhara to Balmain. And the sunny waters frothing round the liners black and red, and the coastal schooners working by the loom of Bradley's Head, and the whistles and the sirens that re-echo far and wide, all the life and light and beauty that belonged to Sydney side. And the dreary cloud line never veiled the end of one day more, but the city set in jewels rose before me from the shore. Round the sea world shine the beacons of 1,000 ports of call, but the harbour lights of Sydney are the grandest of them all. Toiling out beyond Coolgardie, heart and back and spirit broke, where the rover's star gleams redly in the desert by the Soak. But says one mate to the other, brace your lip and do not fret, we will laugh on trains and buses, Sydney's in the same place yet. Working in the south in winter, to the waist in dripping fern, where the local spirit hungers for each sixpence that we earn, we can stand it for a season, for our world is growing wide, and they all are friends and strangers who belong to Sydney side. T'other siders, yet we wake the dusty dead. It is we that send the backward province 50 years ahead. We it is that trim Australia, making narrow country wide, yet we're always t'other siders, till we sell for Sydney side. End of
Chapter 4.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 5.
Of verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Ozzy. The Rovers, some born of homely parents, for ages settled down, the steady generations of village, farm, and town, and some of dusky fathers, who wandered since the flood, the fairest skin, or darkest, might hold the roving blood. Some born of brutish peasants, and some of dainty peers, in poverty or plenty, they passed their early years, but born in pride of purple, or straw and squalid sin, in all the far world corners, the wanderers are kin. A rover or a rebel, conceived and born to roam, as babies they will toddle, with faces turned from home. They fought beyond the vanguard, wherever storm has raged, and home is but a prison. They pace like lions caged. They smile and are not happy, they sing and are not gay. They weary, yet they wander, they love and cannot stay. They marry and are single, who watch the roving star, for by the family fireside, oh lonely men they are. They die of peace and quiet, the deadly ease of life. They die of home and comfort, they live in storm and strife. No poverty can tie them, nor wealth nor place restrain. Girl, wife, or child might draw them, but they'll be gone again. Across the glowing desert, through naked trees and snow, across the rolling prairies, the skies have seen them go. They fought to where the ocean receives the setting sun, but where shall fight the rovers, when all the lands are won? They thirst on Greenland snowfields, on never, never sands, where man is not to conquer, they conquer barren lands. They feel that most are cowards, that all depends on nerve. They lead who cannot follow, they rule who cannot serve. Across the plains and ranges, away across the seas, on blue and green horizons, they camp by twos and threes. They hold on stormy borders of states that trouble earth, the honour of the country that only gave them birth. Unlisted, uncommissioned, untaught of any school, in far-away world corners, unconquered tribes they rule. The lone hand and revolver, sad eyes that never quail, the lone hand and the rifle that win where armies fail. They slumber sound where murder and treachery are bare, the pluck of self-reliance, the pluck of past despair. Thin brown men in pyjamas, the thin brown wiry men, the helmet and revolver that lie beside the pen. Through drought and desolation they won the way out back, the commonplace and selfish have followed on their track. They conquer lands for others find the gold, but where shall go the rovers when all the lands are old? A rover and a rebel, and so the worlds commence, their hearts shall beat as wildly 10 generations hence, and when the world is crowded, 'tis signed and sealed by fate, the roving blood will rise to make the countries desolate. End of
Chapter 5.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 6.
Of verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read
Hey,
for
Fat Daddy. Welcome to the
LibriVox.org
show.
by Arrowhead Ozzy. Foreign lands. You may roam the wide seas over, follow, meet, and cross the sun, sail as far as ships can sail, and travel far as trains can run. You may ride and tramp wherever range or plain or sea expands, but the crowd has been before you, and you'll not find foreign lands. For the early days are over, and no more the white-winged rover sinks the gale-worn coast of England, bound for bays in foreign lands. Foreign lands are in the distance, dim and dreamlike, faint and far, long ago and over yonder, where our boyhood fancies are. For the land is by the railway, cramped as though with iron bands, and the steamship and the cable did away with foreign lands. Ah, the days of blue and gold, when the news was 6 months old, but the news was worth the telling in the days of foreign lands. Here we slaved the dull years hopeless for the sake of wool and wheat. Here the homes of ugly commerce, niggard farm and haggard street. Yet our mothers and our fathers won the life the heart demands. Less than 50 years gone over, we were born in foreign lands. When the gypsies stole the children still, in village tale and song, and the world was wide to travel, and the roving spirit strong. When they dreamed of South Sea islands, summer seas and coral strands, then the bravest hearts of England sailed away to foreign lands. Fitting foreign, flood and field, half the world and orders sealed, and the first and best of Europe went to fight in foreign lands. Canvas towers on the ocean, homeward bound and outward bound, glint of topsails over islands, splash of anchors in the sound. Then they landed in the forests, took their strong lives in their hands, and they fought and toiled and conquered, making homes in foreign lands. Through the cold and through the drought, further on and further out, winning half the world for England in the wilds of foreign lands. Love and pride of life inspired them when the simple village hearts followed Master Will and Harry, gone abroad to foreign parts. By our townships and our cities, and across the desert sands, are the graves of those who fought and died for us in foreign lands. Gave their young lives for our sake. Was it all a grand mistake? Sons of Master Will and Harry, born abroad in foreign lands. Ah, my girl, our lives are narrow, and in sordid days like these, I can hate the things that banished foreign lands across the seas. But with all the world before us, God above us, hearts and hands, I can sail the seas in fancy, far away to foreign lands. End of
Chapter 6.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 7.
Of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. Mary Lemaine. Jim Duff was a native as wild as could be. A stealer and duffer of cattle was he. But back in his youth he had stolen a pearl, or a diamond rather, the heart of a girl. She served with a squatter who lived on the plain, and the name of the girl, it was Mary Lemaine. 'Twas a drear rainy day, and the twilight was done, when 4 mounted troopers rode up to the run. They spoke to the squatter, he asked them all in. The homestead was small, and the walls they were thin, and in the next room, with a cold in her head, our Mary was sewing on buttons, in bed. She heard a few words, but those words were enough. The troopers were all on the track of Jim Duff. The super, his rival, was planning a trap to capture the scamp in McGinnis's Gap. I've warned him before, and I'll do it again. I'll save him tonight, whispered Mary Lemaine. No petticoat job. There was no time to waste. The suit she was mending she slipped on in haste, and 5 minutes later they gathered in force. But Mary was off on the squatter's best horse. With your hand on your heart, just to deaden the pain, ride hard to the ranges, brave Mary Lemaine. She rode by the ridges all sullen and strange, and far up long gullies that ran through the range, till the rain cleared away and the tears in her eyes caught the beams of the moon from McGinnis's rise. A fire in the depths of the gums she espied. "Who's there?" shouted Jim. "It is Mary," she cried. Next morning the sun rose in splendour again, and 2 loving sinners rode out on the plain. And baffled and angry and hungry and damp, the 4 mounted troopers rode back to the camp. But they hushed up the business, the reason is plain. They all had been soft on fair Mary Lemaine. The squatter got back all he lost from his mob, and old Sergeant Kennedy winked at the job. Jim Duff keeps a shanty far out in the west, and the sundowners call it the Bushranger's Rest. But the bushranger lives a respectable life, and the law never troubles Jim Duff or his wife. End of
Chapter 7.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 8.
Of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. The Shakedown on the Floor. Set me back for 20 summers, for I'm tired of cities now. Set my feet in red soil furrows, and my hands upon the plough, with the two black brothers trudging on the home stretch through the loam, while along the grassy siding come the cattle grazing home. And I finish ploughing early, and I hurry home to tea. There.
Takes a second to get all this.
Hey, take your time. How is everyone? Hello?
I'm alive and kicking. How are you?
I'm doing well. There's not even any strong winds here yet, but I see that long arm of that hurricane reaching up high up into the east.
Yup.
Won't be long.
Yeah, I'm figuring about midnight tonight we'll start getting a little breeze.
Hello, Mr. Bean and G&W.
It's George Ward.
Yes. He introduced himself to me with his new name on my previous podcast. And they were wonderful. They bunch of him and a bunch of his friends came in and they just took over and it was nice.
Who did what? I'm sorry.
George Ward and a bunch of his friends came to my rescue. I had a podcast the other night and nobody was there. And they came and lovingly kept me busy. It was quite nice.
Fantastic. Happy to hear it.
He even got a couple subs out of it.
That's cool too. I like your cat videos. What you be doing over there.
Well, thank you very much. My cats are not really about all that, but they're tolerating me.
They're effective. I am high. I am a Westerner. I hear you, Fab Daddy. Right. I've managed to make it this far without a copyright claim. Don't do it.
I don't know if that's copyrightable. That's like the most standard.
That what I've been listening to is not copyrightable. And you know this man?
I do know this man. I don't have any echo though.
I haven't really worked that one out yet. I can make it work in StreamYard. What I can't do, make it work in OBS. But if I set up my OBS to actually work, it doesn't work in StreamYard properly. In fact, I can't sit here and have this conversation with you unless I turn on my echo cancellation, which generally eliminates this.
That's utterly odd.
I can hear it, but you can't because it filters it out because it registers as an echo.
What are you using for your radar there? What?
That's the National Weather Service.
Okay.
Straight to the source, baby.
Yeah, I've got a couple, but they're not as pretty as yours is.
Oh, I went in and tinkered with their settings so that I would see what I wanted to see, and I think somebody just left. They were in for a second, and they were gone.
Oh no!
Oh, try it again, George. I'm sorry. See, the thing is, I've got like a bunch of stuff happening over here, and every time I touch my mouse, have you seen? I don't know if yours does it. My computer, when I'm running OBS and StreamYards, and I have some stuff going on two different screens, it'll occasionally duplicate my. It's like a kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
On my laptop screen, it'll go. And
I've never had that.
It just does this weird digitization of it. It's like. It's done.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times on other people's streams, but mine has never done that. I must have it set up correctly or something. I don't know.
Well,
or incorrectly.
I am using it backwards. I will admit that. I know. I'm sorry, George. You popped in and popped right back out just as soon as I noticed it. But yeah, I figured I know some folks in Florida.
Yep.
We'd do this thing. for a little while.
All right,
I love game.
you see that big ball right there, right in the middle of Florida.
Talking about the
Yep.
Okeechobee thing.
Right in the eye of the hurricane there. The edge of the green on this side towards the east. That is where my family lives. Right there, right in the middle, right above Lake Okeechobee there. It's a little higher, but it's right there in the green. They are getting pummeled at the moment.
Oh, that is weird.
Yep.
I just realized that it registers the icon on my OBS, but does not show the icon on the actual YouTube. That is weird.
Which
Oh,
icon?
no, it's there. It's there. The little arrow. I just can't see it on that. I guess it's too small. The little, you are here button that I've got up there.
Oh, the little mouse?
No, you shouldn't be able to see the mouse except for on that window.
Yeah, I see that one.
Right. It shouldn't show up on any of the other windows, but there's like a little pin.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Right.
Right where that pin's at is about where April and them are.
Yeah, that's what I was.
It's a little higher up, right there in Polk County. I can't point at it because I'm not on your screen, but it's right there in that area, Lakeland, Florida. Right in the middle.
Yeah, I guess that's the track. I'm not sure what I'm looking at there. There's like this. I don't know, man.
All right, you see that big line that goes right down the middle there? That's I-4, I think.
Erg. There we go. Do that thing. Get that thing over here. Boy. I
Just to
wish.
the right of your
Let me
pin.
tinker a little bit.
Tinker.
No. Bam.
Bam, that's pretty.
That's much easier to see.
That's the one I want to use on my live stream.
I've also got a few other tinkers I can tinker. Let's see. Hurricane conditions expected widespread showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy with a low around 74. Chance of precipitation 100,000%. New rainfall amounts exceed 4 inches. No.
I'm not sure, Swiss Miss. I'm not sure how far down I-95 goes. I think it stops right up near the top there by Lake City, and then it switches to I-4 somewhere up in there. I-4 is the one that goes right through Lakeland, Florida, right on to Orlando. But I'm not exactly sure how far down 95 goes. I know you can take 95 into Florida, but I'm not exactly sure how far it goes.
I'm pretty sure it stops just shy of Key West.
It might. I don't know. One of those highways is I-4 anyway.
Right.
And it goes perpendicular to the ocean.
Erg. Stop that.
Melbourne's getting hit. Wow.
Right about there. Ha ha.
Ha ha.
Ha ha.
Ha.
There's something wrong with us, dude. It's not just me.
I know.
You.
It is me.
Maybe it was in the water.
Yeah, I think it was. All that kaolin we drank.
It's just a laxative, dude. I wouldn't sweat it. Good fluoride.
It might very well go to Miami, Swiss. I'm not sure. Cough, cough. Yes, I cough a lot.
So I had Juicy, but not Juicy, fucking Rita's Juicy Life hit me up for an interview today. And
really?
Then she emailed me today saying she won't do it tomorrow. But I have to do the whole like finding out about my jury duty and everything tomorrow, so I really can't schedule nothing until after all that's done.
I hear you. Well, guess what happened to me today?
Did you finally touch it?
I did touch it, and then I purchased my Mac Pro.
Oh, there you go. You go,
And
girl.
it's coming. It's not the best one. It's about 2 steps down, but it's more powerful than anything that's on the market.
It's more powerful than anything you've got.
Right.
Probably more powerful than anything I got. Although I did manage to catch mine as like part of that last wave of cheap stuff that come through right before all the chips got sucked up by whatever it was that
Now,
sucked them
what is
all.
it that you have?
It's a basically an HP Pavilion gaming
Okay.
multitasker.
HP Pavilion. Is it got Intel chip or AMD?
Intel, a Core i5.
Okay. The i5. That's what I was asking. What
Yeah,
is it?
got a
It's an
GeForce,
i5.
the video card is really what sold this one. I know the
Yes.
i5 isn't that great, but
Well,
video
they've got i7 on the market.
right,
i5 ain't bad. That's what I'm using as an i5.
right. And it's done pretty well. I've only had a couple of issues with it in general. Occasionally, I have a bit of a streaming problem with YouTube, uh, and it's in the computer. It's not my signal. It's not none of that. It's in the computer somehow.
Fat Daddy. There
It
is
has
nothing technical about us. We are rambling nerds with beards.
At least I have a beard.
I have one too, buddy. It's just short.
Oh, dinner just showed up.
I have my dinner right here. Look at that.
It just turned into a mukbang.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at
Dude,
that.
hold on. I gotta go fuck with the damn hashtags in this freaking stream. Hurricane watching, gaming, mukbanging, politicking. I don't know. What are we doing? What do you reckon?
It's just a Caucasian Sasquatch show. That's right. It does everything. It slices, it dices, it can float a steel ball.
Yeah.
It can cut your hair.
You know that bit on your freaking show when you were talking about the vacuum cleaner? I think it got 5,000 views or some shit. I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, you just did the spiel and it was hilarious. Oh, actually, it may still be in the background. It may not have dropped yet. I don't know. I'd have to
I don't know. I actually did used to sell those things though.
Yeah, I know.
Back when I was a young whippersnapper, back in my youth, 14 years old and full of piss and vinegar.
All the snapping of whips. Why would you be a whippersnapper in the first place?
I don't know.
That's freaking poems and trippy graphics. Jake showed up, was like, "What happened to your show?" Oh God, I love being me.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you heard me or not, but I absolutely love your intro.
Yeah, isn't that great?
You did a good job.
I've got two. I've got one done to statement, and I've got one done to your hands bleed.
I liked it.
Yeah, it's a good collection of my early shows. I figured that would be better than trying to get the ones that I've done recently.
I got to make a new one for my audio podcast, just going all over the world.
Right.
And I have no idea how to do an audio only video intro.
The way I did it, you pick your sound, you put together your your slideshow however you want it to go off, and then you
it's audio only.
I hear what you're saying, but you're not doing just audio with the rest of your gear.
It's true.
So go ahead and set it up to set up your whole intro like you're doing, and then just record it on your OBS, and then get rid of all that crap because you don't need it anymore. It's been done. You can now go and trigger it with a single push of the button by linking it to a source.
Yeah, I got all that part. I just don't know what to do for the intro is what I'm saying. It's got to be audio and catch your attention. And I'm good at catching your attention with visuals. But I'm not real good at just being, interesting.
Right. Scoop. Never let them see you sweat.
Yeah. That's actually bad for you. If you
What?
never let them see you sweat, your pores will clog up and you'll get funky.
What I do is I just start with a very, very cold room.
I just sweat profusely and dare them to say anything. Fling it on them every now and then.
Learn the piano? What?
I already know the piano.
Right? I was just going to say this motherfucker can play the engine block of the Chevy.
Never let them see you bleed. Ah,
why I wear
one.
my red shirt. Bring me my brown pants. Fucking starving, dude.
I was too. I ordered me a hamburger and some chicken wings.
Mm-hmm.
And I got home and I had a hamburger that was that tall. It was a big fat double cheeseburger, homemade. So by the time I got that down, I ain't got no room for the chicken.
Yeah, you put that in the fridge.
That's what I'm gonna do. Eat it later.
Later. Oh, yeah. What's up, Kingdom? Good to see you, brother.
I can play a skin flute. I don't know about a potato flute.
I bet you can. I'm clipping there, right?
Sure. Anything I produce is yours. You already know that.
That's definitely going to be a short, bro.
Occasionally, I even say shit that's funny.
Right. And has your fish started eating yet?
No, it's still a little rough around the gills there. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what COVID does to the underworld.
It is concerning. I'm concerned.
A skin flute? That sounds concerning.
I'm directly concerned.
Slightly demure. A little bit funky. Mine, the one that I play looks more like a conch shell.
All right, now.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, now. This ain't exactly a family show, but
hey, you can interpret that all kinds of ways. Clown in a pickup truck. See?
I've lost her.
Anyway, I'm really excited about the new machine. I can't wait for it to get here and I can start using it and actually do some stuff. What I want to know, you and I both are using an i5. How many gigs of RAM do you have? You don't know?
I don't even know a bunch.
Okay. Well, I have a trouble with web pages. Pulling a web page into OBS, it gets real slow and clunky, and it's hard to maneuver. It's not smooth at all. And I want to know how you're doing that because you seem to not have any trouble doing that.
All right. Give me 2 seconds.
I play women like my guitar.
Fast and loose.
I play my guitar like a woman.
Juicy and slightly soft. I like my women like I like my coffee. Sweet, hot, and creamy.
I like my women like I like my coffee.
All right. Are you using a standard
bitter and confused? Huh?
Are you using a standard window capture?
Usually use a browser capture.
Don't do that. There's your problem right there.
Okay.
When you activate a browser source through OBS that has to activate in OBS on your computer and back in OBS.
Correct. So you're saying use a window capture?
Yeah, just open the window, use the window capture, and then use positioning to eliminate the other stuff. You know, like
So I have to pull up the web page and position it where I want it, and then it'll show up where I want it on the OBS.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then can I crop it out like I can with the other one?
To an extent, yes. Like for instance, that's what I'm doing here. See that?
Gotcha.
See that up there?
Yeah, I'll try that next time.
I just pull everything up off the screen that I don't want to be on the screen.
Right. Do you know about pressing the Alt key and dragging the edges?
Probably not.
All right. Well, if you highlight the box in OBS, highlight the window, and then press the Alt key, and then grab the edge and pull it, you can just pull one edge. It won't resize the whole thing.
Oh wow, that would be cool.
Try that. So if you just grab it normally, it'll try to resize the whole box in unison. But you can just pull one edge whichever way you go if you press the Alt key.
That's cool. Now, something else you got to keep in mind when you're doing the window capture. You have to frame your window properly, and then so like this. In order to have this much open space on the radar, I have to open up the radar really, really big, right? And then I use the window in OBS to actually size it to fit, so that I don't have any other weird writing on it that I don't want there.
That makes sense.
What's up, Too Tall? Have some burger. Oh no. All right. Oh, I might even make it.
You'll make it.
I might even make it, y'all. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I found a really bad auto tune.
Oh yeah.
First of all, it does this. That's not great. It's got a little bit of a dance hall gimmick going to it.
Yeah, if you turn it up too much, it'll robot your voice.
Yeah. This is actually going to robot my voice regardless because of how it works in the box.
You know what auto tune is doing, right? It's trying to push your voice towards a pitch, like a A chord. If you're close to an A chord, it'll try to go ahead and nudge it towards the A chord, which is why it robots.
It robots bad on me because
You can turn it down though to where you can barely hear that.
Maybe. Moose, what are you doing? Eat the pickle. Boy, eat all your veggies. All right, giggity giggity. What we have here is the raindrops are circling the track in a left-hand motion. They will take a left ahead and a left behind, and everyone is left beyond. I would go sell here. I've drank 15/5 of Jim Beam since I woke up this morning.
Don't forget your ears are big. Live the character. I would go sell. Nobody here knows who that is.
No, dude.
Unless they're old.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm no. Too Tall Rob knows who Howard Cosell is. Yeah, I gotta say, I was expecting this thing to catch a gear when it hit the mainland.
Mm.
They usually kind of unravel out, and
Yep.
like the center will like spew off into the Everglades over there somewhere. This thing might actually stay together long enough to get across it.
Well, here's the problem with this particular hurricane. I don't know how familiar you are with hurricanes, but I lived in
Yeah.
Florida for quite a while and have experienced a few, and was in Hurricane Andrew when it hit, so I know all about it. This one is going real slow.
No,
That's a problem.
That's gonna
Because
drop
if it
millions
stalls,
gallons.
it's going to look like a nuclear bomb hit
Dude, it's
Florida.
stalled. Look at it. I've been sitting here looking at it coming. All right, when I first
Did you find a bone?
absolutely.
That's some good
Dude,
shit, man.
Rob. What is up, Rob? You are echoing, Rob.
Hey, how you doing? Is my microphone okay?
It sounds decent. Although I can hear me somewhere over there.
Okay, yeah, I've got a Bluetooth speakery thing that I'll turn it down a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as we know what it is, it's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean,
What you
as
doing
long
there,
as
bud?
it wasn't some girl or something on the telephone bitching me out or something.
No, we wouldn't do that.
Hey, where do you go to find out if you're on a homeland terrorist list or something?
Airport.
I checked at the post office. They didn't even have the top 10 posters. Like, what the fuck, man? This is all, it's all in Kansas, man. We only got 300 mailboxes.
Here's what you do, brother. You go and look in your phone book and look up the local FBI and go to their headquarters and go up to the front desk and say, "Hi, I think I might be on the most wanted list. Could you check?"
My name's Too Tall Rob.
And then you will have no issues knowing whether or not you're wanted, because they will be on you like white on
I learned
rice.
something the other day, buddy.
What's that?
As a veteran, when you're speaking to a professional healthcare provider of the VA, don't express any, I guess apparently you cannot say the name Tim McVeigh.
Oh, Jesus.
You cannot mention his name in any conversations with any professional healthcare provider and stuff.
Tell them you have 2 copies of Catcher in the Rye.
And a signed copy.
What, Cujo and the who? Cujo what?
Catcher and the Rye. 2 copies, one of them signed.
Oh. Hell, I thought that was a recipe for beer or something.
No,
I didn't
sir.
know what the...
It was a recipe for a serial killer.
It's a book that for some reason is flagged by the FBI, and every time somebody buys one, you get put on a list.
The reason it is flagged by the FBI is, depending on which version of the story you believe, either it was used as part of an MK Ultra project, or by some weird coincidence, assassins own copies of Catcher in the Rye. Multiple copies, not one. But like
There's something about a psychological profile or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that they really get their ire up about that book.
Check this out, Squatch.
Yes, sir.
You know, us believers of the free speech, I've been having some issues conversating with my providers.
Oh, that's not good.
In my conversations, I freely speak, and I say words like shit, now, wow, this is fucked up, that's fucked up, idiots, goofs.
Right.
Well, when I'm describing a situation and, trying to, hey, I got a problem with this idiot and this stupid goof over here, and I don't know what the fuck's wrong with this guy, and is this idiot drinking? But apparently, those words are offensive and can lead to termination of my what the fuck. Discharge me from the VA. Yeah, let me check my audio.
Discharge you from the VA. No, you've already paid that one in. You don't get discharged from the VA.
Microphone check. Is that better?
That is better. And no echo.
Yeah.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, I put the echo cancel on. I was on stereo.
Okie dokie pokey.
Yeah,
Much better.
when I got the critter cam going on out there, then yeah, we go stereo. But when we're talking, that echo cancel helps.
I can't run my sound on my desktop if I've got echo cancellation on. It just filters it.
Well, hey, how you doing? Peekaboo,
Good,
I
bud.
see you. Hey, I found me a quality
Lord.
Logitech
Gandalf, there you are.
microphone. I don't know, but I got that at the thrift store today for $2.
Yep.
It says Logitech. Could be some good stuff.
It's
Got a
your
little
basic
piece of shit
desktop
camera that only does 380.
like 2 frames a minute.
Yeah. Sometimes you find some
1998's
treasures
finest.
like Bluetooth speaker for $5 that this damn thing can run 16 hours and it's got some bang to it. It sounds good, you know what I'm saying?
I have not had a decent Bluetooth speaker in a minute, probably a year and a half.
This is a little round one that's called Heyday. That's the bottom, and that's the top grill, and your buttons are on the side. It's a rubbery case.
But will it chop?
Huh?
Can I slice? Can I dice? Can I empty my swimming
I
pool?
don't know. Got one of them corn knives, or what do they call that thing? Sling blade?
Some folks call it a Kaiser blade. I call it a sling blade. Mm-hmm. All right, then.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Some French fried potatoes with mustard on them.
I think I fucked up,
really
man. But oh, there's that echo again. Somebody come out with it. That's like, whoa, wait a minute. I got a couple of buffalo tongues I put in a Ziploc bag and got them marinating. I'm going to smoke them up and cook them with some northern beans and some Vidalia onions.
Vidalia onions?
Vidalia.
Welcome to Vidalia, buddy.
I tell you, that's a good onion, and I got a good line on some at the farmer's market. Got me a couple dozen. It's like, oh yeah,
It's good stuff.
oh yeah. One of the better onions, I tell you, man. I tell you, use that Vidalia onion in your barbecue sauce. Oh yeah.
Hey, Danny, welcome to the show. I'm over here trying to monkey out my sound. Not doing well for me.
Yeah, I usually go with echo cancel and auto volume adjust, and that kind of lets the StreamYard, now using Chrome, of course, but that's always worked for me. But when you get into these high dollar stereo quality headsets and microphones, you can do other tricks and really come out like a Sony production or something, MCA.
Actually, that's my wife's game. I don't play art.
Artifacts on the Ark. Diamond, put
It's a
that
game.
ball up.
It's
Get
over
out
here
of here,
behind
you nuts, girl.
up there.
I don't know why she feels that desire to bark and bring me a tennis ball when I get on the computer talking to somebody.
But she
I'm
wants to
sitting
play
here
with you
watching
over
a
here.
video or something or another, and she's just fine. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just trying to look cool when I'm really not. That's exactly right. And my wife lets me do it. I've been trying to play Destiny here recently. I play Red Dead. Sometimes I play Rocket League. I got kicked out of Rocket League for trying to fix my sound and got booted because I waited too long. So I can't play Rocket League for like another 45 minutes. Yeah, I was playing No Man's Sky for a little while, and then they did some type of update, and it changed the type of planet I was on to be even more deadly than it had when I started. So like, Yeah, no, I was getting into playing Destiny because I need some gameplay footage of Cap Troopers. I'm gonna do a sort of play along to Starship Troopers and upload it so that the game has uh, the same flavor audio and the book has the same flavor visuals kind of thing. It's my echo cancellation. Occasionally it goes hinky. Um, I generally don't use it if I'm just doing a show between two people because I can usually keep the echo down to a dull roar. But I don't know. I plan on getting them all. Wait, hold on. Don't dox yourself.
Some folks call it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser blade. Mm-hmm.
A little bit of mustard biscuits on them French fried taters.
Look at there. I believe there's go a pecker right there. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God damn it. It's driving me crazy. Stop it. Stop it. All right. So my phone is thinking, right? On some people's live streams, it will not let me go to my channel to look at anything I'm doing over there, right? So I can't like share my link in chat or whatever because I can't go to my channel to get the link. It closes it as soon as it pops up. It closes. Pops up.
Weird.
I have to close the stream that I'm in, go get the link independently, and then reopen the stream and launch it. Your streams is one of those that it happens with.
I'm sorry.
Not your fault. I think it's some level of shadow ban, and they're probably angry because it's not working real well.
Probably.
Yeah,
I'm gaining ground, baby.
That's what I'm saying. I'd be mad at me. I'd be a little bit frustrated with me. But we shut him down again. What did he do? He changed what he was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I heard Yin Yang had
he's got a limb to
his house.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear about that?
I was watching it when it happened, sort of, kind of. I was watching the stream, but I was over here putting together VOD because I was going to mirror his stream, live from that was going to be the top thing up there.
Right.
And like literally I was like 2 minutes from going live. Suddenly his stream ends and I'm like, what just happened? Oh no. Somewhere over the rainbow. I was Oz, bud.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I remember that one time we had that tornado. I put my camera up in the window and I went and hid in the bathtub and in the bathroom with my dog for a while.
Now you go hit delete laws up. You tell him Sasquatch said, hey, it'll confuse the living shit out of him and I'll never hear about it, but it'll make me happy.
Now, is that the person also known as Chili or something?
I don't know if delete laws is Chili. Or as I'm so confused. Chili.
Yeah, some of these people, I'm not sure if they're not, terrible people, and
I'm terrible people.
I have my opinion, sometimes, and sorry if it doesn't match yours, but love me for who I am, or hate me for what I ain't. That's all I can say.
I'm just gonna leave that up and not explain it.
Yeah, maybe.
See, that was what confused me was when he said he was gonna go watch it. I'm like, I'm not sure that is Chili. Now I'm pretty sure it is Chili.
I don't know. Some of this drama, man, just getting so damn out of control makes my ears bleed.
I just don't even pay it no attention. To be quite honest with you, I generally avoid drama from all fronts.
Hey, dog. Yeah. Understand?
I mean, once in a while, bullshit comes across you got to deal with. I got this idiot goof. He still talk about some shit that I had a fella I thought was a friend on YouTube, and he was fascinated with the drone that I got, and he's like talk about I'd like to get one. I said, dude, I just talked to my neighbor. He's got one for sale. Well, anyway, he said, well, tell your neighbor I'm interested. And I said, $100, man. He's like, cool, I'm in. I'll send you the money. Cool. Send me the money and a birthday card, certified mail, and when I get the money, I'll buy it, and you can come down the road 45 minutes, and I'll learn you how to fly it and give you an apple fritter and send you on your fucking way.
Dude, I'm coming for an apple fritter. Don't fuck with me.
Fritters.
Yeah. I mean,
they
just,
call it cornbread.
Let me know when you're coming so I know when to leave the light on, turn off the security systems.
I'm coming about 5 minutes after the lights get turned off, buddy.
I mean, don't do a Joe Cool and tell me you're coming, and then 5 days later you finally leave Colorado and get coming. 5 days to sit there.
I upset ATL. I was supposed to go visit him. Now I told him first week of October is when I was going to start my traveling, right? And I got a few things together, and he's not far away. And I was like, well, I'll run up there a couple of weeks early and just go see him. And then my daughter's like laid up with her wisdom teeth all swole up, and we thought we was going to take her in and have them removed, and instead they did some type of consultation. Yeah.
But I mean, hey, Squatch, if you're passing through Kansas, I'm right here at Junction City. There's
if I head out that way, I'll certainly let you know. Absolutely.
I mean, I got a inflatable bed. The issues with the bugs at the house is all cured and clear. Thanks to the Veterans Administration. It's like, okay, you won't advocate to take care of a problem we're having with the property that you're affiliated renting me, but you'll just go out and spend a couple $1,000s and take care of it. That's kind of fucked up. I thought you're supposed to take, I was like, hey, are you guys going to kick out some money and put a roof on this house?
Dude, don't talk to me about a fucking roof. I just dropped $2,000 on one.
Yeah.
I was joking. This hurricane can go along and rip half my goddamn self-worth out of me.
Yeah.
I had a tornado hit this house. Had tree limbs down, all kinds of shit. Took about 3-4 weeks for the landlord just to come reassemble the aluminum shit that got folded up like a beer can and put on my neighbor's fence. Well, he cobbled that together like a real piece of shit. He said, oh, I looked at the roof, it's all good. And about 2 months later, I come home and that shuttle door to the ceiling to get into the attic was open. I'm like, well, who the fuck been in my house while I was gone? How's this thing open? Because it wasn't open when I left. I'm the only one that lives here. Ain't nobody be up in my damn attic unless somebody was here would not tell me they came by. I called my landlord and I said, have you been by or in the house or something? There's been some things disturbed and I just didn't know if you come by and did something without letting me know. Oh, no, I ain't been by since I got the rent last month. Okay, cool. I went and looked up there to shut that damn thing, and be damned if I didn't see a couple of holes in the roof. And I just figured, suction or some kind of shit had opened that damn thing up.
What kind of date you got going on sucking holes in the roof?
I don't know, but yeah. He had some Mexican come over and put some shingles on it. I didn't see him go up there and replace any boards. I just think he just covered it with some shingles. But I made a video, some holes in my roof. I turned my camera on and put it on one of them selfie sticks and stuck it up in there, and you could see the daylight. And I sent a copy of it to my landlord. Hey, here's what your roof looks like. It's on YouTube. Oh, and if anybody wonders why I have a video of a handrail on my porch, it only took 4 years for my housing authority to say something to my landlord about handrail is required on a 4-foot step or a 4-step walkway. Yeah. I tell you what, anybody wants a good do nothing job, $27 an hour, 72 hours of schooling, and you can be a building inspector for the Kansas Housing Authority.
Oh, dude, I way surpassed that quality.
Yeah, and you can go in there and do nothing, and you can tell the landlord I ain't going to do nothing and get paid on the side. Man, it must be a good job.
Must be.
Yeah,
I'm never going to North California. You ain't got to sweat that. That's okay. I run a barbershop for loggers. He's a welder. What he say? I run a barbershop for welders.
I
He
collect
used to run a
cans and water top.
barbershop. I'd have never figured.
So what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm setting up my live stream. It is 7:30.
Yeah, I was looking at the time.
Got a date and can't be late.
Yeah, he's got a live stream popped up. About 30
Yeah, I
minutes.
tell you, I fucked up hard yesterday.
Good
I
job.
went over to Abilene, Kansas to look at a house that a lady at church has up for rent that might be available for me. I drove over there to check it out. And I'm like, this is great because this is the mothership bakery of where my delicious apple fritters come from, so I can get one fresh from the store instead of one that was transported and shipped fresh this morning. And be damned if I didn't go look at the house and this and that and whatever, live streaming, coming home, look at a fire truck, and bing, bang, boom, I'm out and back on the damn highway like, you dumbass, you forgot to get an apple fritter. How in the hell does that happen?
You're getting old, man. Starting to lose bits.
Senior moments? One of them sometimer events. Sometimer, he remembers what he's doing. Crinkle tarts. What the hell is crinkle tart?
I'm not sure I'm wanting to part of
Google search. I don't know.
Okay, Google.
Last time I just, this sounds a hell of a lot safer than searching Google for blue waffles.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, I was like, blue waffles.
And if you get bored,
like, oh no! Like I went and Googled it and like, oh my god. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I could do what is that? The crinkle tarts. Yeah. What? TikTok famous crinkle chocolate crinkle tarts. Chocolate strawberry. Ooh, lemon.
You know, I'll be honest. I was expecting this hurricane to have made a little bit more progress than we have seen. This thing has been in a 10-mile area for the past 3 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard it slowed down, but it's running what's the sustained speed?
Oh, I can't see that here.
What, 140, 14 or something?
something like that. It's pretty stout.
There's a crumble tart. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely do the tarts. Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, it's moving. It's just doing so slowly. Very slowly.
7 miles an hour,
Something
14.
like that. Yeah, I was tracking it against the county measurements there.
Somehow they say that them hurricanes are really good for them shark teeth and artifact hunters and stuff that are out there.
Right? Oh yeah, no. When we went on our honeymoon, me and my wife, we went to Edisto Island, and Hurricane Andrea was tooling, or Tropical Storm Andrea was tooling around off the coast the whole week, and we found some of the most amazing things. The whole ass end of a ship washed away in a couple hours. It's crazy.
Damn.
It was amazing. Really.
Hey, what was that? Oh shit! Right? No, Polly.
Oh, who we got?
I don't know. Somebody had a damn live stream up or video about had Riley County, Kansas as the bad cop.
I didn't see that.
Pepperoni or somebody.
I think Pepperoni's in Riverdale. No, he's in Atlanta. Pepperoni's in Atlanta, ain't he?
Well, there's somebody that's been
That's
traveling around. There's another somebody audits that just had a story out involving the Riley County Police where I'm at. Apparently, Highway Patrol had somebody pulled over, was giving them some business about their being parked. I think they stopped somewhere looking for a place to piss, and they turned off one of them empty exits. I guess they might have pissed, but we know Kansas cops, you got a Colorado tag, we're going to talk to you, legally or illegally. Yeah. So anyway, they roll up and do a stop on him, confirm his papers and shit, want to search his car. He's kind of flexing his rights and stuff. And anyway, somehow or another, he gets his ticket for something, expired tag or whatever, and he's free to go. And then the cop, he's about to drive away or something, and the cop stops him some more or detains him again, because now the Riley County Police kind of roll by to do backup. These cops out here in Kansas, they check on each other. If Highway Patrol's got a cop pulled over, county boy might roll by and make sure he's okay. Well, he rolled up with the canine dog, but he was too late to do the search if they was wanting to. But anyway, they forced that fella into another search, and anyway, it's just kind of good to see Riley County making the news in the cop watching community, I've kind of had fun introducing these people to the rights to video. They're like, what are you doing filming? We got the ambulance over here. Well, these people want to watch see cherries and berries. Now, I tell you what, that one morning, I got up to leave the house to go get apple fritters. 2 blocks down the street, we got a standoff hostage situation that went on for about 8 hours. I got to meet a lot of the local cops, and they all got to meet me. And what are you filming for? I'm filming for YouTube, man.
Right. I have to look people straight in the face and tell them I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah, I'm a YouTuber, and sometimes I sell this stuff to the news or give it to the news. And I believe this falls under my constitutional privileges. Can you not interfere with me doing my task?
I can retain any amount of shit I want to retain if it's retained in public.
Yeah. Dude, I tell you what, I've been documenting and retaining a lot of phone calls with these idiots. I've been dealing with the VA and, like my building inspector who walked in and out of this house in like 15 minutes and said this thing passed. But then after what you call it, property manager, leasing agent gal, the owner's niece, after she got gone, I told the dude, hey, can you look at this? And can you look at this? Well, anyway, a half hour later, he's like, yeah, we definitely need a Ranville. I'll have to say something about that. And yeah, the duct work, it needs some air cleaning done on the duct work. I pointed out, yeah, and the water heater ain't properly affixed and installed or ventilated. Yeah, woo. But I guess I should be grateful. At least I got a handrail. Can you caulk my windows, maybe? You piece of shit.
Maybe.
Just kind of sucks during the winter when the furnace kicks off. About 10 minutes later, you want to put a sweater on, and then the furnace kicks back on. Yeah. I thought these old houses are supposed to be inspected and brought up to a minimum standard. Yeah, my building inspector doesn't even know what a damn minimum standard checklist is. I ain't never seen one. I just got this checklist. Yeah, it's got windows, it's got walls.
Check.
But yeah, there's zero accountability, man, with these VA bastards or the housing authority. It's ridiculous what I've went through. Sit there now, I'm tangled up. I got a malfunction of my heating and air conditioning controls on my minivan. It's about time for a few other repairs and a leaky radiator. I just talked to the boy at the salvage yard to let me know the next time another Dodge minivan comes in. I just bought one about 2 months ago. Same model, 2001 silver Grand Caravan. And I paid $550 for that thing and put another $600-700 into it. Put a CV shaft in it and put on new tires and gave it to my girlfriend. Well, I was thinking it was time she had a car. She was talking about one, like, hey, at least we can ride around in this once in a while. But I need to come up my minivan.
I'm looking for an Xterra.
You're looking for a what?
An Xterra.
Oh, is that one of them Toyota things?
It's a Nissan. It's a small SUV thing.
It's like a Jeep Cherokee or something.
Kind of like a Jeep.
SUV, yeah. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Does Subaru make any trucks?
I don't think so.
I tell you what, man, them Subaru, what the hell are them things? The little wagon thing?
Yeah.
My second baby mama's got one of them, and no shit, dude. I went up this, what is that, a 90-degree angle is straight up?
Yeah.
Yeah, this might have been a 75-degree angle. You go down this grassy path to go down to the creek down her property. Looks like a great path for the tractor and the bush hogger, right?
Yes, sir.
And we go down that in her little car, she knows land. That kind of freaked me out. Yeah, let's go down to the creek and, let's take the car. I got the picnic bag in it and whatever. I go, okay, cool. And jump in the car and she wing ding right on down there like, whoa. And Anyway, it started raining. And like, you think we better try to get this car up the hill before it gets slick, taking it back up there on that wet grass? Man, that thing walked right up it in first gear like a damn belly goat. Didn't even spin a tire. Like, no way. Yeah, Subaru Outbacks. Yeah, that's what it is.
I like them things.
Yeah.
I was looking at a Santa Cruz the other day.
Santa Cruz?
Santa Cruz. It's like a car truck.
Yeah, I mean, they don't quite have the clearance of an 84 Chevy truck.
Well, probably not.
Yeah. Now, if you know anybody looking for a truck and a camper, I've got an old Chevy truck and a camper that could use some restoration. That I think $2,000 for what all you get as far as truck and a camper is a pretty damn good deal.
Agreed. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, look on my Too Tall Rob or my Too Tall Rob live channel, but look for any videos. If you just search that name, Too Tall Rob, and then put old 84 on it, that ought to bring you up to several videos that I've made that had the truck in it. And I sit there, I had to deal with Eric. He was going to buy it and have the camper and take it out there to the property, but
When
they
you say a
found a
camper, what kind of camper are we talking here? Are we like a slide-in camper or a camper?
No, it's just basically a square box, no slide outs. It's about a 20-foot fifth wheel, 18-footer maybe.
I got you.
You know, just a small fifth wheel camper, single axle.
Yeah, I'm hip.
Well, and then you got an old flatbed truck, no air conditioning, 4-wheel drive, fifth wheel hitch, new clutch, a few other new parts underneath it. You know, the price went down $500 after the damage from the tornado. I had a tree limb land on the edge of the cab, and it bent it enough to break the window. But I figure if a person jacks up the cab, you know, that crinkle in the top of the cab window area, if you just took a stick and a jack and jacked it up and bend that back up to where that door will shut, even though it's bent, it'll still seal the door up, and it'll still fucking roll the window up pretty good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Or
I'd
you
like
can,
a camper too.
huh?
But I'd like a camper. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, like I said, the camper, it's ready to take out some old crappy paneling and replace some paneling and stuff. Throw a dose of roof coat over it, maybe. Well, got a good floor in it.
That's cool. Need a solid foundation to do anything with.
No, I mean, you know, you figure what a frame would cost you just to start building, right? Hell, damn old camper's got an instant hot water heater inside of the gas. They just disconnected the gas heater or the gas water heater and went with an inline electric heater. It's got a little gas furnace in it, but I never use it. I just use one of them electric son of a bitches. Very carefully. Very carefully. Go to Burning Man. I'd like to see that truck go to a good home, you know.
I hear you.
But
I've got
again,
a 69 El Camino I've been putting in the shop for about 5 years now. I
Dude,
finally got somebody worth looking at it.
I just made a video. I even made a short on it. An old it's titled "Restored." But this old crappy piece of shit Del Camino, I mean, it was looking pretty rough and rusty. 9 months, that dude got it popping, looked like brand new showroom, ready to go.
Well, I'll tell you what I did. When I got the car, I drove it home and I rebuilt everything from where the rubber touches the road to where the engine mounts touch the chassis. It drives like a brand new car.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you go all through it and take care of what's loose, and yeah, it's amazing what can be done. Yeah, that shit, my boy, he sit there, he put that old El Camino, man, that thing is looking sweet. Yeah, the birds ain't been around. I haven't seen the squirrels much. Somebody been by, ate all the sunflower seeds out of the bird feed, that middle container.
Yep.
Yeah, I put a chicken wing and a piece of buttermilk pie out there last night for the raccoon, or sometimes a possum shows up. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Hell, we had a pipe bomb go off a while back over here.
That's no good.
Yeah,
I mean, unless that's the point is to set up a pipe bomb.
a block away from me down that intersection, there's a soccer field and the reclaimed dump for your tree limbs and shit.
Right.
Yeah, somewhere over in there, somebody set off a pipe bomb or something. They found the explosion area. They come out with the dogs and did some sniffing around, but had about everybody in the neighborhood called up like, "What the hell? Somebody shot somebody or something blew up."
Agreed, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, I first came to Kansas just before old McVeigh went to Texas or Oklahoma. I was staying in a campground next door to the hotel he was at. That's when I first met him, was up at the local bar up there.
Hey,
We'd been there.
Go look back at the beginning of this show, and you'll find the Hunt for a Snark by Lewis Carroll. And I was playing your shorts while I was listening to it. Because I already found a snark. Link's over there if you want to pop up, darling.
But yeah, I met McVeigh hanging out there at the bar over in Grandview Plaza, and a couple times we rode over to Ogden here to have cheeseburgers at the Rock House. It's a legendary bar here. I guess some famous cowboy got killed here or something. I don't know.
I guess so. Keep going down here. I can't find anywhere down here worth going. There you go.
So is that you playing the video game down there, or is that just a video you're watching?
The one at the top is just a video I made. The one at the bottom is currently right now.
Oh, you're running the game there, shooting everybody up?
That's right. The one at the bottom.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can't get started on them things. I won't put them down. I remember I got that PlayStation back in the day. I must have sat there for about 3 days in a damn lazy boy chair, like, oh hell no.
Right? No bother.
Yeah, that's fun, but it's like, geez, sure tangles
Basically
away a
just
lot
a
of
power
damn
game,
time.
and it's pretty lights on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I was playing that Grand Theft game and a race car game and all that deer hunting or something or another. Well, I think I need to get busy, find something put in my belly and call it supper tonight.
I hear you.
I don't know. I got leftover lasagna, chicken salad, hoagie buns, ham sandwiches. I don't know what I can do. Got some
Sure
tater
you can do
salad, got macaroni salad. I got pie.
it.
Yeah.
Seen him. Where's he at? Over here. Seen him. Or over here somewhere. Was
Yeah, Diamond, why don't you come in here in case somebody wants to come in for a snack? Come here. You just chilling? Okay. Give the birds a sporting chance at some of the grub tonight.
right. No bother.
Them squirrels like, oh, nope, not while that dog's out on the porch.
I can't say as I blame them. I mean, dogs are carnivores.
Yeah, the noisy son of a bitch, he might jump up here and snag my leg. Just trying to get one of them extra toasty Cheez-Its, man. I tell you what, you put out good bird food and all that stuff, you put some extra they're there for the peanut butter or the Cheez-Its.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, my pops has about 8 hummingbird feeders on his front porch.
Yeah.
It's like sitting in a shooting range.
Yeah.
Zoop 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 zoop.
Yeah.
I used to tell people when they come visit, I'd be like, "You come over, listen, don't wear a red shirt."
Don't
Like, you
wear
got a
red.
bull? No, sir. I do not have a bull. Do not wear a red shirt.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that one idiot caseworker, she's scared of my squirrels, so that does limit her home visits, which is just fine.
Yes, sir, Fab Daddy. I appreciate you coming by, brother.
But
I like ribs too, Bill.
yeah, ribs. Yeah. Man, I roasted a chicken the other day. Had the little miniature cowboy taters, the red and yellow ones. Had the carrots, had the bell peppers, had the onion slices, had the carrots and the garlic and everything. Oh, I fucked up and forgot the string beans though.
I'm allergic to beans. Can't have them.
Green beans or all beans?
All beans. There's
What
a
the hell?
specific type of lectin I'm allergic to. It's found in beans and various other green veggies and stuff, like sunflowers. So
Yeah.
no peanut butter, no sunflower oil, no soybean oil, none of that. Just none of
None of that good stuff. Oh, you're one of those kids.
that. I mean,
You're one of those kids. No fruits or no nuts and stuff.
oh, I can eat nuts. Nuts are fine. What I can't do is like eat peanut butter.
Oh man. What happens when you eat that shit?
I get an upset stomach. Basically gives me an ulcer, like an instant ulcer.
Oh shit.
And if I walk through a field of soybeans or whatever, it'll take the skin off my legs.
Damn.
Yeah, it's not great. You give up? What happened? Why'd you give up? Were you backstage? I didn't see you. I was sitting here watching for you.
She might have gave up looking for whatever she was looking for.
Yeah. I'll edit it out later. I was
Cut it short.
or something. Yeah, no. When I started this, my intention was to play Neffex music and play games and let the thing over there just run, updated occasionally. And once I got on, people started popping in and talking to me. It
Swiss
should
mix.
be about an hour in. I don't know. There's maybe 10 minutes of me flipping through your shorts while we were doing it because I was doing other stuff with my hands. I do three things at once, and that's
Yeah. All right, buddy. I'm gonna tap out and go get my rumbly in the tummy
There you
satisfied.
go, bro. See if you can find
All right.
something resembling an apple fritter.
Yeah. I got some biscuits, and Lord knows what I can do with that.
Yeah, close enough for government work.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Peace.
Yeah, baby. Don't let the man get you down.
Yeah. Later.
Let's see. I got the hiccups. It ain't no good.
Small freckled features, red gold hair and kind grey eyes, sister, daughter to her mother, mother, sister to the rest, and of all my friends and kindred, Mary Carey loved me best. Far too shy because she loved me, to be dancing oft with me. What cared I, because she loved me, if the world were there to see? But we lingered by the slip rails, while the rest were riding home, ere the hour before the dawning dimmed the great star-clustered dome. Small brown hands that spread the mattress, while the old folk winked to see how she'd find an extra pillow and an extra sheet for me. For a moment shyly smiling, she would grant me one kiss more, slip away and leave me happy by the shakedown on the floor. Rock me hard in steerage cabins, rock me soft in wide saloons, lay me on the sand hill lonely, under waning western moons. But wherever night may find me, till I rest for evermore, I will dream that I am happy on the shakedown on the floor. Ah, she often watched at sunset, for her people told me so, when I left her at the slip rails more than 15 years ago. And she faded like a flower, and she died, as such girls do, while away in northern Queensland, working hard, I never knew. And we suffer for our sorrows, and we suffer for our joys, from the old bush days when mother spread the shakedown for the boys. But to cool the living fever comes a cold breath to my brow, and I feel that Mary's spirit is beside me even now. End of
Chapter 8.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 9.
Of verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. Reedy River. 10 miles down Reedy River, a pool of water lies, and all the year it mirrors the changes in the skies, And in that pool's broad bosom is room for all the stars. Its bed of sand is drifted o'er countless rocky bars. Around the lower edges there waves a bed of reeds, where water rats are hidden, and where the wild duck breeds. And grassy slopes rise gently to ridges long and low, where groves of wattle flourish and native bluebells grow. Beneath the granite ridges the eye may just discern where Rocky Creek emerges from deep green banks of fern, and standing tall between them the grassy she-oaks cool the hard blue-tinted waters before they reach the pool. 10 miles down Reedy River, one Sunday afternoon, I rode with Mary Campbell to that broad, bright lagoon. We left our horses grazing till shadows climbed the peak, and strolled beneath the she-oaks on the banks of Rocky Creek. Then home along the river that night we rode a race, and the moonlight lent a glory to Mary Campbell's face. And I pleaded for my future all through that moonlight ride, until our weary horses drew closer side by side. 10 miles from Ryan's Crossing, and 5 below the peak, I built a little homestead on the banks of Rocky Creek. I cleared the land and fenced it, and ploughed the rich red loam, and my first crop was golden when I brought Mary home. Now still down Reedy River the grassy she-oaks sigh, and the water-holes still mirror the pictures in the sky, and over all forever go sun and moon and stars, while the golden sand is drifting across the rocky bars. But of the hut I builded there are no traces now, and many rains have levelled the furrows of the plough, and my bright days are olden, for the twisted branches wave, and the wattle blossoms golden on the hill by Mary's grave. End of
Chapter 9.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 10.
Of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. Old Stone Chimney. The rising moon on the peaks was blending her silver light with the sunset glow, when a swagman came as the day was ending, along a path that he seemed to know. But all the fences were gone or going. The hand of ruin was everywhere. The creek unchecked in its course was flowing, for none of the old clay dam was there. Here time had been with his swiftest changes, and husbandry had westward flown. The cattle tracks in the rugged ranges were long ago with the scrub o'ergrown. It must have needed long years to soften the road that as hard as rock had been. The mountain path he had trod so often lay hidden now with a carpet green. He thought at times from the mountain courses he heard the sound of a bullock bell, the distant gallop of stockmen's horses, the stockwhip's crack that he knew so well. But these were sounds of his memory only, and they were gone from the flat and hill, for when he listened the place was lonely, the range was dumb, and the bush was still. The swagman paused by the gap and faltered, for down the gully he feared to go. The scene in memory never altered, the scene before him had altered so. But hope is strong, and his heart grew bolder, and over his sorrows he raised his head. He turned his swag to the other shoulder, and plodded on with a firmer tread. Ah, hope is always the keenest hearer, and fancies much when assailed by fear. The swagman thought as the farm drew nearer, he heard the sounds that he used to hear. His weary heart for a moment bounded, for a moment brief he forgot his dread, for plainly still in his memory sounded the welcome bark of a dog long dead. A few steps more and his face grew ghostly, then white as death in the twilight grey. Deserted wholly and ruined mostly, the old selection before him lay. Like startled spectres that paused and listened, the few white posts of the stockyard stood, and seemed to move as the moonlight glistened, and paled again on the whitened wood. And thus he came from a life long banished to other lands and of peace bereft, to find the farm and the homestead vanished, and only the old stone chimney left. The field his father had cleared and gardened was overgrown with saplings now. The rain had set, and the drought had hardened the furrows made by a vanished plough. And this was the longed-for haven, where he might rest from a life of woe. He read a name on the mantle graven. The name was his, ere he stained it so. And so remorse on my care encroaches. I have not suffered enough, he said. That name is pregnant with deep reproaches. The past won't bury dishonoured dead. Ah, now he knew it was long years after, and felt how swiftly a long year speeds. The hardwood post and the beam and rafter had rotted long in the tangled weeds. He found that time had for years been sowing the coarse wild scrub on the homestead path, and saw young trees by the chimney growing, and mountain ferns on the wide stone hearth. He wildly thought of the evil courses that brought disgrace on his father's name, the escort robbed, and the stolen horses, the felon's dock with its lasting shame. Ah, God, is there then no pardon? He cried in a voice that was strained and hoarse. He fell on the weeds that were once a garden, and sobbed aloud in his great remorse. But grief must end, and his heart ceased aching, when pitying sleep to his eyelids crept, and home and friends who were lost in waking, they all came back while the stockman slept. And when he woke on the empty morrow, the pain at his heart was a deadened pain, and bravely bearing his load of sorrow, he wandered back to the world again. End of
Chapter 10.
This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 11.
Of Verses, popular and humorous by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Arrowhead Aussie. Song of the Old Bullock Driver.